All right, everyone. Welcome to the Sunday Night Green Dragon Chat. Thank you all. We're going to go over a lot of topics tonight. We're going to try to hit as many as we can. I know there's not going to be that much time for us to get over, to get over or to review everything and to go over everything we had planned. But if we don't get to everything, we'll get to them on Tuesday night. Like I said, Sundays and Tuesdays are my nights, so if we don't get to everything, welcome to the Sunday Night what the? Oh, thank you all. Hold on, I'll fix it. Sorry about that. We're gonna go over a lot of topics. All right. So we have tonight Chad Lilly. He went around the corner, went down the street. He'll return in a little bit. We got Cowboy Rides 1. Thank you for joining us, Cowboy. You can unmute yourself anytime, brother.
Thank you. No problem. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you.
Brother Truth, Seeker in the house. What's going on, Truth?
Hey, everyone. Thanks for joining us here tonight. And everybody on the panel, how's it going, everyone?
Great.
We have Miss Kelly M. Thank you for participating and joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And we got Brother Stan from Canada.
Bonjour.
And we got Brother Stephen, his neighbor, right down the street.
That's right. How's it going? Getting in trouble here, stealing more fudge from the fridge than what I'm supposed to. But other than that, have a good night. Thanks for inviting me.
No problem, brother. Sorry I couldn't hang out with you last night, man. I fell asleep on my chair at like 2:30.
Yeah, I heard about that. Not a problem.
But we're going to go over some topics, and Stephen has he brings up some good points. I always like to hear what Stephen's got to say. And like I said, Stephen, I know you weren't in with us earlier, but it ain't going to be no big thing for you.
Yeah, not a problem. Looking forward to it.
So we're going to start off tonight's chat with some news, and we are going to have Miss Kelly M., our special newscast. She's going to go over some good things because, again, tonight's main chat is going to be, obviously, as the title says, survival of the fittest. Who's going to last, who's going to be there, and that's going to be majority of our topic. But we're going to get some news right now, and we're going to start opening up some topics. And for all the viewers, thank you guys for coming on early with us, and it's going to be a good show. And I'm going to pass it off to Miss Kelly.
Thanks a lot, G. The first one comes out of the Washington Free Beacon, and what I'm looking at here, Representative Tim Bishop, he's a Democrat from New York, warned in a recent speech that up to 40 radicalized U.S. citizens who have fought alongside with ISIS have already returned to the U.S. where they could pose a terrorist threat. The issue with this is he's claiming that there's been over 100 or so Americans who have already traveled to the Middle East to join ISIS, and then they're coming back home and going back and forth. The FBI says that they're monitoring them. Obviously, this is a concern for a lot of Americans. I know that this is also happening in the Netherlands. Like I said, the FBI is saying that they're keeping them under surveillance and that they're being tracked. Lawmakers are concerned that, with these radicalized ISIS fighters, they could also come through, our southern border, which has great gaping holes in it, and they could pose an extreme threat by attacking the U.S. through coming back home, coming through the border. It's a really dangerous threat, according to some. Obviously, we've all seen the ISIS videos, and
I called you. You should have been waiting.
I'm telling you, happy wife, happy fucking life.
And
See, it's all good for you. Everyone knows the dealio. Big G will return in a few. Gotta help Mama before she whips that ass, and I'll be right back.
Okay, and there are other U.S. officials that are also discussing the possibility of ISIS carrying out, these individual attacks on places. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I want to know what the panel thinks about the fact that these are Americans that are coming and going to and from America to hang out with ISIS, come back to America, and we let them come back and we just monitor them. What's everyone's thought on that?
Well, I know myself, I think that's all they can do. The fact is they're going over there and training and then coming back and forth. They're not doing anything. Even though they might be a higher risk, per se, technically they're at no more risk of doing something than anybody else in the country. And they are legally American citizens, and until they do something wrong, as much as I hate to admit it, I don't think they could stop them. And as you pointed out, even if they put them on the no-fly list, you can get into the U.S. so easy if you wanted to. It's not funny. So I think that's all that they can do at this point.
I agree with that. Anybody
Somebody
else?
else?
Cowboy, Truth, Dan?
Yeah, no, I virtually agree with Stephen, but I say that if you're training with a known foreign group that you are at war with, and you know that they're training with that group, that in its own essence is technically reason enough to deny them entry back into the country, I would think.
But what law have they broken?
They're training. They're training with a nation that has declared war on you. That's already a military.
I was
Treason?
going to say, is that an act of treason?
Technically,
No,
they declared war on you. So I mean, that's. You have every right to deny them entry if you really wanted to into your country. I would say, even in an international court, that would justify no entry. I would think.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't know. I think that if somebody is an actual citizen of America, I think that they actually have to do something unfortunately, before you can actually take their citizenship away. That's a big deal to do that. That's not just a quick
Absolutely, but I would say it's a big deal to travel to a foreign land and train with their military that has already declared war upon your nation, right? That's like me in Canada going in the during World War II, going to train with the Nazis. That'd be just outright appalling. I wouldn't be allowed back in Canada.
Mm-hmm. We got people over in Russia training with Russian people, Russian military right now. So does that make of course Russia and America are kind of fighting kind of thing. Does that mean that they shouldn't come back?
I would say, yeah, that would fall under the same category pretty much. If you're training with the foreign military that is against your own nation, that much makes you...
I'm talking about our military there's some guys from our military training with their military right now.
Yeah, and that actually, well, I don't know about Russia. I do know I've trained with Polish soldiers myself, and American, and I think it was the Greeks the one time, but you, as a nation, you do train with other nations, especially ones that are in the allied pacts with you. I don't know if they are training with Russian military forces. If that's a cooperative thing with Canada, then I guess they have a leg to stand on that they can come back. But if it's not a cooperative joint mission, I would say no. That's training with an opposing military, especially in what's going on with Russia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess it all has to depend too of what they're being trained on. It's not like somebody can walk in there and say, okay, what courses are you taking, kind of thing. It's one thing, for all we know, he could be going over there to support them and handing out flyers or feeding them or doing whatever, not necessarily doing anything illegal.
Yeah, and that's right. You got to look at his level of support. Is it bureaucratical propaganda stuff, or is it training with their military, or is it doing psychological warfare type stuff, or I mean not psychological, but cyber warfare, or you got to look at what they're doing, what their actions are.
Not only that, since the U.S. government is has been giving ISIS all the weapons and Stinger missiles and stuff like that, technically he's fighting with U.S. guns, so I shouldn't go against him.
That's a true point. What about the fact, though, that they pose a bigger threat to our, I'll say U.S. homeland, which could possibly, pose a bigger threat to Canada also?
See, the only way. Sorry, I would say the only way they're going to do that is through guerrilla warfare tactics, because anybody knows that the only reason why North American soil has not really ever been stepped on to be attacked is because the general populace is very well armed. Especially the rural populace, like farmers and stuff like that. They've got well more than one firearm. So for some foreign nation to step foot on soil to actually attack, they would have to do it covertly. They wouldn't be able to actually come out and outright attack, because they know that the general population has enough arms to stand up.
And that's what I was thinking about, and we'll use today as an example. Sunday, you've got, football games going on everywhere. What if one of them were able to somehow sneak a bomb into a stadium?
Mm-hmm.
Two boxes, G.
No, somebody else come in under Green Dragon chat there, Cowboy.
Oh, I apologize.
Probably Mule. Is that Mule?
Yep.
Oh, how's it going, pal?
Welcome.
How's it going, bro?
Everybody.
It's great to have you here.
Yep. I like to come in and check on the bar every once in a while.
Appreciate it.
What are your thoughts on this?
Well, actually, that's what brought me in. I was just listening, right? And I said hi out there in the room. Hi, everybody. But my thoughts on the subject is, and we've had to deal with this subject before in the United States, right? And I believe dissidents, because we're not at war with ISIL, so they do have to do something here for us to take their citizenship. Is the quick and dirty answer.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, ISIL's not a city-state. You know what I mean? It's not a country. It's not. They're considering it nothing more than a terrorist organization, and they're not even fully doing that, because we're getting ready to arm ISIL in Syria to go against Assad. Right, so it gets very confusing.
Oh,
that's why a lot of these countries can't stop people from coming back home if they originated in that home country, they're citizens. And we actually have rules against, taking away somebody's citizenship just because they were fighting for another army or fighting in another country, But that doesn't stop our government from following them everywhere, watching them every second of the day, and, keeping a hard eye on them. That's what terrorist no-fly lists and stuff like that is really for.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Now, it was just in the news there a couple days ago that Canada is actually refusing them to come back home.
But and Canada's a different country than the United States.
No, I was just making that statement. Yeah.
Right, and I mean, like I said, if you read into our past, we've dealt with it before many times of Americans going overseas to fight for other countries and to fight for other causes that America has nothing to do with. And there's even been laws put through Congress to arrest people, and then those were declared unconstitutional. The sedition laws of the late 19th and early 20th centuries,
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's why they couldn't arrest people who went over and fought in Spain.
However, that doesn't stop them from doing it if they declare War Measures Act, right?
Yeah, exactly. But they haven't yet, so that's why.
Well, that doesn't stop them from doing it anyways, because when you've had that problem before, Mule, you still had a government that followed the Constitution.
Right, and nothing
Right now,
stops
they don't.
our government. Yeah, nothing stops our government from doing whatever the fuck they want. And I think we all realize that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That Uncle Shug can do whatever the hell it wants, and we have nothing. We have no real control over it.
And that's the real terrorism right there, because I'm not scared of ISIS or any of these other sand monkeys. Bring them on. But I am concerned about an overwhelming government authority that controls every aspect of our lives, and they're not even happy with that. They want more. That's the terrorism. That's what scares me.
Well said.
I'm with you, Chad, because I'm sorry that two Americans got their heads chopped off by a bunch of people running around in fucking black, but there's 400 million fucking people in this country. We're gonna get all crazy over two.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we only saw that on TV, so it might be true. That doesn't look like it, but it might be. It might actually be true.
But we didn't get half as crazy over four. These were two journalists who willingly went into these countries to find out information, right? Whoever they worked for, CIA, fucking news services, it's all the same these days, right?
Yeah.
But we don't get the same kind of uproar over a fucking ambassador and three of his security getting killed. When they're taking over our embassy and supposed American land, because that's what embassies are, right? Embassies in foreign countries are actually pieces of the home country, right?
Exactly, yes.
They actually invaded America to kill 4 Americans, and we, don't do shit.
Well, the reason, why don't we do shit, Mule? Why do we have these F-22s? Why do we have the USS Ronald Reagan? If we're not going to, why aren't we doing anything? It's not that we can't.
Well, and it's not that we're not doing anything. We just didn't want to do it against the people in Libya, but we want to do it against the people in fucking in Syria, right? So it's not that we can't do anything. It's that we don't because we don't want to.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
They didn't want to answer that phone call just before the fucking 2012 elections, right? On shit going down on 9/11 in a place where they said everything was cool, right? Mm-hmm. So nobody wanted to pick up that fucking phone. If you remember back in the 2008 election when Obama and Hillary were up against each other, and she put out that commercial about how she knows what to do with that 3 a.m. phone call. Well, all of them fucking dropped the ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
From the outside looking in, anyway, we look at it as they dropped the ball, but actually they're doing exactly what their job is. On one hand, we're told to be scared of this imaginary fictional boogie monster, ISIS. On the other hand, we've got the most capable military in the world. We can bring the hand of God down on your face from 6 miles up anywhere on this planet. If we wanted to eliminate these idiots and their brand new Toyotas, we would. It would have been done yesterday. Apparently this is not the plan. They want to allow this. They need this fictional boogeyman to bring about their third world war. But I'm not buying it, because if we wanted to squash it, it would be done already.
Not just that, dude. I mean, they need to constantly. We have to have a boogeyman for them. For first of all, for us to keep the military-industrial complex going, and second of all, to keep the American people in this perpetual state of fear. It's fear the guy overseas, fear the black kid in your neighborhood, fear the police, fear your neighbor, fear the kid going to school. You know what I mean? Fear anybody outside your door at night. And then fear every knock in your house at night, because if it isn't some bad guy coming in, it's a fucking poltergeist that's going to fucking, invade your body or something. It's fear all the time.
See, again, I'm not scared of the ghost. I'm worried about the SWAT team coming in. That's a real thing that really happens 55,000 times a year now while no one's paying attention. And, yeah, that kind of concerns me. And
with no warrants.
With no warrants.
Yeah, and then with no warrants, and then you have the right to defend yourself. You defend yourself, and you're the one who's ostracized
on Holiday property.
Or end up on death row, right? Because Texas isn't it Texas, I think, that's going to pursue a death penalty for a guy who defended himself coming in on a no-knock raid.
Thank you very much, Mule. That was our very next topic that we were going to talk about.
You got a great
Wonderful. Great lead-in, Mule.
See how this requires no planning? It's awesome.
Yeah, that was going to be exactly our very next topic, is that in Killeen, Texas, on September 4th, I believe it was, the SWAT team was called out to serve a warrant, not their job, not what the SWAT team is for, and they decided to do it as a no-knock delivery. They decided that they were going to crawl through a window because somebody had told them that this person had cocaine, and so they wanted to crawl in his window and serve a warrant, and he thought he was being invaded. And he opened fire, cop got killed, a couple got injured, and now the state of Texas wants to put him on death row. What do we think about that?
They said they're going to pursue the death penalty, right?
Yes, correctly.
I hope to, and here's the problem, right? It's supposedly a bad guy. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Now, they didn't find any drugs. They didn't find any drugs, but they did find some paraphernalia.
No, I think
these.
Okay,
but I don't care. I don't care because it doesn't really matter, right? If they didn't announce themselves, he had every right to defend himself.
Yeah.
And if he wasn't a felon before, and in Texas, even a felon can defend themselves in their own house as long as that gun's in the house legally.
Ohio, same way.
I think it may come back to bite them in the ass. And even if people have to hold their nose to give to this guy's defense fund, hold your nose and give to this guy's defense fund.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because what he did is the same thing any of us would do if they come serving a no-knock.
Was he under the influence at all?
Was he what? I'm sorry.
Did he have any drugs in his system at all?
According to the article.
Does that really matter though?
Well, it can for his defense. If he had a lot of coke in his system, he would be a lot more paranoid than one of us sitting around, right? So maybe that additional paranoid and then firing right away without checking could actually lead in and hurt him in the defense.
But
he was right. He wasn't paranoid. He was right. Somebody was really crawling in the window. He wasn't imagining that.
Yeah. From the two articles I read, it does not mention it. It does mention that he had a glass pipe, a grinder, and a pistol.
Yeah, I have actually all that shit sitting at my desk right now. So.
But no drugs.
Now,
right in front of you guys. You know what I'm saying?
Now, how about the SWAT team members? Did they have any illicit drugs in their system, including phenobarbital, which they all jack themselves up on so they can go do this every night?
Steroids?
Anyone?
Steroids?
Who knows? I'm sure they were not tested.
But you got to think about it. That's still a home invasion. You have a right to a private life. That means doing your day-to-day life.
Well, no, but I'm not even saying the cops can't do their job and serve a warrant. But all you got to do is knock on the door. You know, if you really want to, okay, block the front, block the rear, knock on the door.
Exactly.
And identify yourself, you know what I mean? Like, absolutely making sure it's clear. Police, 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 not fucking...
Yes, we have a warrant.
Yeah.
Okay, and I would like to clarify something that I said. Although the article was September 4th, the charges stem from the shooting which occurred as officers served a so-called no-knock search warrant just after 5:30 a.m. on May 9th.
Yeah, I was going to say it was earlier in September, but I wasn't sure the date.
Yeah, so it was May 9th, and there was one died, two other were injured, one was shot in the femur and underwent surgery.
Sorry.
Good on him. You know what? I agree absolutely that he has the right to defend himself, especially at that point. You know, he probably got woken out of his sleep.
Yeah. Very much so.
It's not like he was out in public, walking the streets, or at the bar. I mean, he was in his home.
Yeah, and that's why I don't think they're even going to get. I don't think they're even going to get any charges against him. You know, because
and honestly, I think he should walk away either scot-free or at the very, 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 very least, or most, I mean, would be like involuntary manslaughter.
No, it's not even that. I mean, like we've all said, they burst into his house with a no-knock warrant. You know, I mean, that's the whole thing. That's the most dangerous thing in America is a no-knock warrant. Because I'll tell you what, I'm shooting a motherfucker too, and I ain't got just a 9mm, so I'm gonna try and take you all.
Now, what's interesting is there was another similar case to this in Virginia, and the guy who did essentially the same type of stuff, thought he was, you know, home invasion. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison, although he insisted that, you know, he thought he was defending himself against home intruders. So.
Well, and actually, though, Kelly, you can, if you keep looking on that kind of a thread, you'll find that just recently, I think just before the shooting, a guy had gotten off for the same thing.
Oh, good. Okay. So this is a common thing that's happening, is that they are using these no-knock raids to serve warrants, and that's not even what the SWAT team is supposed to be used for. That is not the SWAT team's job.
Well, they have to justify their existence, Kel, and that's why they do everything these days. They have to justify all that free equipment from DOJ, and they have to justify their very existence in the budget of a police force. Because in the reality of it is, especially like a small area like me, where I live, a SWAT team should be made up of maybe 1-2 members of every little police force around here instead of every cop shop having their own. You know, because we live in a small area with low crime. But we run at about a 1 in 7 cop to citizen ratio. Well, it's got to be less than that, but still, not much.
What's up, my brother?
And they have to, they have to justify their very existence. That's why we see so many of these.
And back it up. Why are they knocking on their door? Why are they busting in people's houses?
Why are they going through
because
windows?
They had some prohibited material that your government god says that you're not allowed to have. And
well,
so
hold on a second.
In the day, somebody gets killed.
It also comes back down to the corporate greed model, because there are a lot of private SWAT teams out there that put their services out to different police forces, because police forces can't afford their own SWAT teams, so they'll offer to a whole area of police forces, and then they rent out their time, basically.
Well, let's look at one of the no-knock raids, maybe 6-8 months before even that one, was the one where the baby got its face blown off by a flashbang. That was a no-knock.
Yeah.
Now in Indiana, they brought it to the surface that if a cop kicks in your front door and you blast them, it's non-negotiable.
Right.
Then the sheriff said, It's not like we made this law up. It's always been there, just nobody honored it.
Right.
Right. But in Indiana, you're right. They have the right to. There's no question about it. They have to knock on their raids. They have to announce themselves on their raids.
And if you don't have a warrant, you tell them to get off your property, and they don't.
Yeah.
Guess what? It's open season.
What was the news for the Gestapo?
The funny thing is, in the 3 years that law's been that the Supreme Court of Indiana has verified that is legal, nothing's happened. Why? Because the cops said, "Okay, I guess we knock from now on."
Yeah, we better do our job the correct way.
Yeah.
Well, what was the protocol for the Gestapo? Did they have to knock before they came and killed you and drug you away to your camp?
No, and they don't now. And they don't use camps, they use prisons, and that's why, a simple leaf can get you in trouble and sent to jail forever. You know what I mean?
Isn't Nevada, if you get caught with a seed, it's automatically a felon?
It's zero tolerance state, yeah, so is Arizona.
Meanwhile,
But
people's life savings are getting stolen on Wall Street, and they do nothing about it.
yeah. But both those states, Nevada and Arizona, have medical marijuana, so as long as you sign up for their card, you can do whatever you need.
And then they got a record of you.
I just want to do a quick.
Texas, that scared the shit out of me, and always have. That's why I've never been to Texas. Well, I passed through, but I never stayed.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to do a quick shout out here. Thank you for the 27 viewers that are watching right now. What's going on, Brother Third, Brother Breeze? Shit, Jim, you got keys, brother. You can come on in. I sent you a link. Breezio, Third, Southern Star 357. What's going on, Brother Kevin? Had a good time last night. Gator 157. What's up, Brother Grit? JQHB. What's going on? Joel's Quantum Heart Bible. Bill P. Brother Truth is here. Brother Cal. Brother Mute. Put that in my desk. Thank you. Sorry about that. We got Brother Mule in. Thanks for joining again, Brother Mule. We got Brother Mike. More D's. Mine. Fuck Matrix. What's going on? Optimus Android. Gerald B. 10 rounder. What's up, brother? I shot you a link. You know you don't need a link to get in 10 round, but I sent you. I tried getting you in 3 different times. Sasha, how are you? Thank you for joining. Brother Tack Daddy, what's going on? My brother Tack said, work. You got the link, brother. Come on in whenever you're free. We'll be here.
Oh,
all right,
I got to talk to Tack Daddy, by the way.
Tack Daddy be joining us, brother, on our daily routine, man. He'll be in.
Well, no, I got to talk to Kevin. I went to go buy something off his fucking website, and I saw the price of it, and I almost died.
Oh, well, you hear that, Tack Daddy? Come on in when you're done working, brother.
No, we'll do it off air. I ain't going to, front him out. I'm just saying, Kev, I got to talk to you.
Tack Daddy.
In other words, that was kind of a thank you.
Tack Daddy always takes care of the dragon.
On a final note on this no-knock raid thing, I just want to point out how insane this is. A search for the gentleman, I won't call him a gentleman, I don't know him, he may not be a gentleman, but a search for the man who was served the warrant or trying to be served the warrant in jail inmate locator for Bell County, Texas, shows that he is only being charged for the shooting. There is no drug-related charges at all. So he's being held on a bond totaling $4.5 million. So because they crawled through his window and he decided to defend his home, now he's in jail, where he would not have been in jail had they done a knock at the door serving.
Well, that's going to tell you why he's going to get off right now. I'll tell you exactly why the prosecutor's putting up those charges. Why? Because cops don't like cops being killed for any reason, right? So even though they might even know they're in the wrong all the way around, and that particular SWAT department is going to change some of their tactics because of it, right? that somebody's got to pay for those cops getting shot and that guy dying.
No doubt.
Right? So what are they going to do? Well, they're gonna charge him even though they know they're going to lose. Because they might win. It is Texas, and he is black. You know?
Yeah, if a civil rights group gets behind him and puts some money behind him with a good lawyer, he'll get off.
It's a simple violation of the Fourth Amendment. I mean, straight up. Fourth Amendment was based on law maximum, every man for his castle. Straight up, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, their house, their papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated under any circumstance. We are not to be seized or arrested without a search warrant signed by a judge. You know, straight up.
Don't mean shit. Without that, don't mean nothing.
Or probable cause that a crime has been committed. No victim, no crime. I just.
Very, very good point.
Yeah, anymore they're fabricating whoever, you know, somebody anonymously called in a tip. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. At what point are we willing to admit that the United States government no longer abides by the United States Constitution at all? Not even close? I mean, when are we willing to come to that conclusion?
They've been doing it forever. They've been doing it every day.
State versus Mulby. Each person has the right to resist an unlawful arrest. In such a case, the person attempting the arrest stands in the position of the wrongdoer and may be arrested by the use of force as in self-defense.
And we see that shit every day, don't we, Truth, on YouTube. We're sitting there in the day watching that shit.
Yep.
That's why it's important to know your Constitution, know your rights. Where are we at, Kelly? In the news, where are we at?
Where are we at? I'm going to do a little talk about Ebola, since I know that's still on people's minds. The article it's a very interesting article, and it's coming from the New York Post. A group of aid workers who are fighting Ebola were killed by the villagers in Africa that they were trying to help. The team of health officials, accompanied by journalists, came to the village to educate people about how to avoid contracting Ebola. Instead, a group of local residents turned on their would-be helpers and attacked them with knives and rocks, killing 8 of them. Guinea's government said in a statement on Friday that 6 people have been arrested in connection with the attack earlier this week on the health and government officials who were doing disinfection, education, and prevention methods. Now, it goes on and talks about, you know, who they were and everything. So far, more than 2,600 people have died across West Africa from Ebola, including at least 500 of the people in Guinea. It is a tragedy that it is going on. It is terrible that these people were killed for it. But I know that there are people that have opinions on why these villagers were attacked, or why the villagers attacked the helpers. Why don't we start with Chad on this one?
Well, like we were saying before, I mean, we have to ask why they would do that. If the UN workers that are there giving these people the vaccines, if they were helping, then people would see that, and they would know that, yes, run to the village or run to the UN trucks and get your vaccine because that will save your life. Whereas when they see all their family members run to the UN trucks and get the vaccine and then drop dead a week later, they get smart enough to realize that these people aren't there to help them and that they're actually there to kill them. That's how the Ebola got there in the first place. So when they attack them, they're just doing the wise thing. They're doing what you should do when someone's trying to kill you.
Now, there have been other attacks on the health centers in several affected countries, but these are the first fatalities.
Yeah, they're getting smarter, ain't they?
What about everybody else? Cowboy,
Yes.
got any opinion on the Ebola villagers attacking the workers that were there to help them?
Well, you got to kind of look at the whole big picture around the globe. I mean, I think every country's kind of getting fed up with the one sheriff of the planet type situation. You know, that's their country, that's their backyard. You know, who do they trust anymore? That's probably their biggest fear. Who do they trust, really? You say you're going to help me, but you're the ones that turn around and going to attack me if I don't agree with you. So you got to look at it as an individual point when people are getting ready to do something. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Can I really trust you? I mean, you tell me things and you do the opposite. You come after me and then you say, oh, well, I got some bandages for you now. You know, these countries, every country, including our own, people are just getting fed up. They don't know who to trust. They don't know who to hang out with. They don't know what's true anymore. They don't know what's false anymore. So they just kind of react in certain situations. They don't know what to do anymore. That's what I think is going on around the globe. And then when you put a fear factor in there, oh, well, we got to give you more vaccines, you know, because this could happen to you, but yet you don't know what they're putting in your body.
I agree. And the same people that are giving you the vaccines are the same people who hold patents on the things they're giving you a vaccine for. Come on.
And they're also the same people that are lobbying so that they don't have to include the ingredients on the vaccines in the label.
And the same people want to destroy or eliminate 90% off the face of the planet. Now, I mean, how many coincidences do smart people need before they start going, wait a minute, I don't think so.
Yep.
Anybody else want to chime in?
That attacked them, they're the ones that stood up and said, you know what, no, I'm done listening. I've heard what you say, I've watched what you do, and I'm not listening to you anymore. Talk all you fucking want. Talk all you want. I'm not listening to your shit anymore because I know what you do. That's how we need to start dealing with these people.
I mean, look at that baby that got flashbanged, you know? There was better ways of doing that. I don't care if they did have a warrant. I mean, where's the common sense? I mean, there's overpowering, too. It's like a lot of people that get arrested, they're not going to fight the cops. They just assume, okay, well, I got to go.
They're too scared.
You know? So, yeah. And then they're going to go, oh, well, get down on the ground, get down on the ground. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm just standing here. I'm doing what you want me to do. Ding, 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 ding.
And then when you're not doing something wrong, they'll find something.
Oh, yeah, they
will find something. And they'll sit there and they'll fish until they find it.
Or they'll make something up.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes when they find it, it comes out of their pocket first.
Anybody else have anything to add to the Ebola story?
Well, I do a little bit just to pique people's interest there. I've shared it with a couple of the panel members here, but I got a report here online that I found suggesting that the Ebola outbreak isn't really real. The U.S. is just portraying that it's real on our media. They say Ebola Gate is actually a bioweapon false flag attack strategy with many sophisticated alternative scenarios. And if you read it, it goes in and explains it quite well. And it's definitely something I haven't thought of, but it sounds pretty convincing there. And I'll put the link for the article from my database on the internal chat there for the people to look at and see. For the people listening, you can just Google it. Just Google Ebola outbreak false flag, and you should be able to find it there. But I found it, and it was very interesting. So
I think that's it, right on par, Stephen. I think that's exactly what's going on, and that's why all you hear about Ebola is on the news. You don't see it anywhere in the United States, but you hear about it on the news constantly, and that's why it's part of the false flag.
I
oh,
also think it's funny that it's coinciding with these other diseases that happen, or viruses that happen to be popping up over North America, like this whooping cough, and I think it was another strain of polio, and there was something else as well.
hmm
Plan
yeah,
A is martial law. Plan B is Ebola.
Yeah,
Awareness and critical mass can destruct planned extermination.
exactly. And if you were one of the people who wanted to eliminate 9/10 of the population of the planet, you're not going to do it with guns. The bullets are too fucking expensive, and there's not enough of them. And
Right.
so you're going to do it with what works, and that's viruses. That's what, that's why they patented Ebola. That's why they patented these viral weapons of war, not to use on your enemy, because you've heard the Geneva Convention. You can't even use that stuff. So why are they still developing it?
Exactly.
They're planning on using it on us, the people, the populations, and that's the only way you're going to eliminate 9/10 of this population of the planet. That's just the only way it's going to happen.
but if Ebola or whatever type of virus comes over here, just last week, Obama secretly signed an executive order saying that if you turn up at a hospital or doctor's office or whatever with any sort of respiratory problems, that the government legally has the right to take you against your will and put you in a government facility until you can either be cured of it or you croak, basically.
Quarantine, yeah.
Now, why would he make an executive order on that?
I don't know, but he did.
Is it because Ebola predicts by 2016 4.7 billion dead people?
Maybe. Maybe very well.
Yeah, this could be the beginning of the storm.
I just wanted to add that I did link the article that Stephen was referring to, and just remove the word watch, add https://, and you will go right to the article.
Yeah, that's a great article. You guys want to check that out. That's good stuff there. You don't want to miss that.
Yeah.
And anyone who's familiar, I know most people aren't, but if you don't know what the Georgia Guidestones are, then you should.
Oh.
But if you don't, go look at it and then realize, even if you do know about them, you might not know that they added a new stone onto it that says 2014. What do you think that means?
Now?
So
Maybe they meant that's the time the economy's supposed to turn around and do real good.
It's positive.
Well, 2 + 2 is 5, so,
I was thinking it was the score of the Super Bowl this year.
now we're talking about important stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What really matters, who's going to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, right.
No, I didn't know nothing about it until Chad brought it up. But I trust you guys. I mean, there's got to be something.
Don't trust me. Don't trust anybody. Go look
Well,
for yourself.
Well, I mean, to a point. I just never heard nothing about it. So, I mean, even if you bring something up,
I know, but here's the thing. I'll bring up a bunch of unbelievable stuff that you cannot believe in 100 lifetimes. And if you're depending on your belief in what I'm saying, then we're screwed. You need to go look for yourself.
I'm not talking about all the details. I'm talking about, like if you see something or something, it exists, but you don't know the details about it. That's what I mean. I never even knew nothing about it until you brought it up. So I trusted you enough. Okay, it exists, but I didn't know nothing.
I hear you, cowboy, but what scares me most, what disturbs me most, is most people don't know anything about it. Yet they know what their Super Bowl team eats for breakfast. Because that's important, but they don't know any of the important things that are really going on, and that really disturbs me.
Exactly.
Because they're in their little safety bubble, right? They don't want to go outside of that bubble, and even though subconsciously I think they know that what's going on politically, yada, 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 they don't want to be bothered with it because they know that, shit's hitting the fan kind of in a really slow pace, and they don't want to be bothered with the negative. They just want to focus on the positive because...
Man, I hear you, and I wish I was like them. I wish I was dumb enough to believe that if I didn't know about something, it couldn't affect me. And that way I could just focus on my favorite football team, and then none of this stuff would even exist because I wouldn't acknowledge it, and I'd be safe, right? I wish I was that fucking dumb. I really do.
Yeah, and that's why the saying is, ignorance is bliss, right?
Yeah.
You ever hear them people, well, I just live day to day.
Yeah.
Or I'm just one man. What can I do about it?
Yeah. Apathy kills, guaranteed.
Oh,
Yeah,
I don't
well-
believe that. Not in America.
Never happened here.
Well, look at how complacent we've been with our politicians on both sides of the border, you know?
Right.
Look where it's led us.
Oh, now stop it. 2 + 2 is 5, and you all know it.
Hey, as long as you can figure out how you got 5 on paper, you're right.
Hey,
Well,
Mule,
hey,
are you there? Oh.
Yeah, I'm here.
I got a question for you here. It's kind of off topic here. We were talking about it last night, and it really shocked us with the numbers. And with you being in the military, I was going to ask you.
I was never in the military, bro.
Oh, no?
No. All my expertise comes from the other side of the law.
Oh, all right then. I guess you couldn't answer that then. Thanks.
Nope.
What was the
High Desert
military?
Pioneer, HDP's in the military. One of these guys may have been in Truth, I'm pretty sure. But
Yeah.
I've never been in.
No military here.
No,
What was
Truth is
what
a
was
guy.
the military question?
Well, it wasn't a question. It was a stat that I read, and I checked online, and there's it's been
Good
verified
point, too,
by
yeah.
about a bunch of different things. Is they say that 38 men are raped every day in the U.S. military.
Holy fuck, shit, really?
What?
Yeah.
And probably
It
women,
wouldn't.
too.
It honestly wouldn't surprise
I
me.
saw that too, and it was actually a piece that they did on TYT as well. And I wouldn't doubt it because it's a position of power, right? It's a very position of I've got dominance over you, and I can prove it.
Right?
Yeah,
Right. And you know,
Kelly,
Kelly,
dead motherfuckers.
but Kelly, and Kelly's, but it's not. It doesn't have to be raped by a man, right? Forcing a man, some woman boss forcing a dude to have sex is the same kind of rape as any other, right? All those teachers, those ones that we look at, the hotties,
Yeah.
they're screwing the 15-year-olds. That's still rape. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kelly. I heard your husband talking.
Oh, well, I was asking him the question, and he said that basically they do talk about the sexual assault issue, but he has never heard the statistics broken down. But he said, you're talking about a population of 1.4 million, so how you?
I'd say that's kind of
that
low.
down?
And that's what I was going to say about you, Kel, is when you say in the military, we generally just mean the soldiers that are, in whatever particular branch of service, soldier, sailor, Marine, Air Force, Airman, whatever, but the families are just as much involved. So
Oh yeah.
that's why I think you have as much expertise in military matters, maybe not tactical stuff, I don't know, but overall, you have as much knowledge as anybody sticking by your man for the past 25 years.
I want you to know that one year at one of our locations, we were named Family of the Year.
Yeah. No, that's
Funny little tidbit.
Every community has that hush-hush stuff that goes on, right? They're not going to advertise stuff that happens like that, right?
But
and I
these
want you to
guys
think
aren't
about the what is the number that you said? How many people?
38 men a day.
Okay, so think
A
about
day?
that.
That doesn't, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know about the a day part.
Google it. It's on
I will.
Criteria.
And don't you think that number is low? Because, no offense, gentlemen, but most oftentimes, if it happens to you guys, whether it's from another man or from a woman, you guys will not admit it. Women are slowly being trained to, okay, this is nothing I did. This is nothing I should be ashamed of. This is what happened to me, unfortunately. So women are more apt to go ahead and report it than men would be.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. However, they would have had to report it in some frame in order for them to get that number of 38.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm saying I would imagine that that is a low number. Because if 38 of them reported it, I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if there was more than that.
So no, it doesn't. I sent you a link too, bro. Third, I sent you one. Even though you don't need it.
Wild Iron's not going to be able to make it in. He's doing some stuff, but he let me know.
Okay.
And a quick little off-topic thing for Kev, the Tac Daddy, if he's still watching. Yeah, I sent you a message on G+, so check it out.
Yeah, he told me to tell him. He told me to tell you.
I saw what you.
Yeah. Yep.
I saw what you said, but no, I don't think he knew what he had. I don't know. Anyway, you know what? I want to talk to him.
It's all good. It's all good.
I gave him some info so he can look into it, and it's all good.
Doubt. No doubt. All right, guys, we're gonna start.
Kevin's my boy. He's a good man. Kevin is.
Yes, sir. Tech Daddy's the man. Like I said, everyone go see Tech Daddy. Go on the site. We also got some other thing.
Okay.
Go ahead, Cal.
No, I was going to ask, are you going to do a new shout out?
Yeah, I was going to get to it. Nobody's really new. Nobody's new.
Okay.
Sonard Desert, I sent you a link, brother. What's going on, Brian Kai? I sent you a link, buddy.
All
the same old. What's up, brother? Breeze, let me get Breeze in here for a minute. Hold on.
Sure.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother Mule.
Well, I just wanted to say, have you covered the topic of the day that you put up?
No.
Well,
not
no,
yet.
we were just
wanted
to get to that.
We wanted to get to some news before we go into the dessert.
Okay, fair enough.
Now, I am going to ask one question, and after the question, basically, that's where we're going to hop into it because it's going to, it relates to everything.
Would you mind if I did one last little news glitch?
Absolutely, I freaking would, Kelly. No.
You would mind? Okay, then I won't give you one more news story.
Oh, God, you don't know me too well, girlfriend. Of course I don't mind. Girl world, baby girl, we're living in it.
This one I think is very interesting because it's going to tie into our subject.
Absolutely.
I think several of you have probably seen or heard about the fact that a man actually got onto the lawn of the White House and into the White House before he was apprehended with a pocket knife.
Oh, yeah.
So,
good story.
It shows that nobody, if shit hits the fan, is really safe in their own home.
That's great.
And so you're in the White House, you're going to bug in or bug out. If you're a regular person, you're going to bug in or bug out. Where do you fall in that subject?
Some things make you say, You're right, Cal. That's a good point.
I just thought that was hilarious that he got all the way into the White House.
That's crazy.
Before they apprehended him.
It's actually scary. It's like,
but no worries because the president does still have faith in his Secret Service.
That's what I said. That's what I said. It's easier to cross the border than it is to get on a plane to go see your family for the holidays.
Yeah, it won't be the first time, and it wasn't the first time that somebody jumped the president's fence. It happened before. It will happen again.
Yeah, there's supposed to be at least 3 guys standing out front looking towards that way, plus the 2 snipers on the roof that way. All of them missed it.
They're all on the golf course.
Yeah. And the front doors were supposed to be locked, and they weren't.
And why do they need such security when that's our house? That's not his house, that's our house.
Because me and G would be chilling in the Oval Office.
That's right.
You know what? You should be able to. You pay for it.
And then he
Yeah.
got to dart through the. They said he darted across the lawn and through the unlocked North Portico doors or whatever I was reading
Yeah.
before
I'm only surprised they didn't kill him.
officers.
I'm
Well,
only
he left
surprised
with
they
his
didn't kill him.
daughters. He left with his daughters. He
Yeah,
left
he
with his
wasn't
daughters. He left with his daughters the same night. His name is Omar J. Gonzalez, I believe, and 42-year-old, and basically he wasn't home. Him and his daughter, I think, were out.
Now, was there ever anything given the reason why he did it?
Well, what do you think? I think he's out to.
I did not see any definitive answer in the article I read, but there may be other articles out there. So, if you want to, go ahead and research. He
was going to get bladed. He had a 3.5-inch serrated blade.
Yeah, that could have been coincidence. It might just be like the naked guy running across the football field, and he just wanted to get attention and get his name out, right?
I think my boy wanted to go in there and slash his ass.
It just goes to show that in any security detail, there is complacency at one point in time, and there is security spots that end up getting opened up, and he just ended up hitting a vulnerable point.
President should hire Chuck Norris. Then that wouldn't have happened.
But it wasn't really that vulnerable. I mean, he didn't get that far, either one of them.
He's been, right? I'm sorry, he was in the U.S. military.
But I have a question. Is the People's House open to the people anymore? I remember that they closed it for the sequester, and they never really opened it again.
Well, they do.
I don't know.
I took a field. No, they do. I took a field trip around D.C. all the time. I mean, they never let you actually go up inside. But I think that if you, I know that they had.
Well, you used to be able to go on tours there, Gene, all the time.
Yeah.
If you, I believe, okay, and I could be totally wrong on this. I know that when we lived here back in 2000 to 2002-ish, you could not. But that was after 2001. There was absolutely no tours, no nothing. And then I think it returned to, after some point, it did return to, if you had contacted your congressman, he could get you a special ticket and get a tour. But I'm really iffy on that. So again, I would say double check my information because it is really iffy in what I remember.
The guy was 42 years old, and basically his neighbor was a sergeant first class, David Haslach, I think. He lived down the street, or 2 doors down, and he said that Gonzalez, and Gonzalez is the man who went to attack, basically he was in the U.S. military, and he told his neighbor that he received medical discharge. Another neighbor said that he was paranoid before he left.
How many tours?
It got so weird. It got so weird. He had motion detectors put in. They said they last saw him a year and a half ago by a campsite where he was living living there with 2 dogs.
Nice. So
they even said the Secret Services were struggling with him.
So another veteran that wasn't taken care of properly is what you're telling me.
Of course not. But hey.
Such a shame.
Oh my.
I will be right back, gentlemen.
Absolutely. No doubt. Let me see. Let me check this external real quick. See if anyone new came in. I don't want to.
No, it's still got still 2 spots, G.
Okay, we're good, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, somebody wants to come in.
Someone sent a link to. Let me get Brian. Hold on. The next topic I want to talk about, obviously, I don't think anyone really. I'm sure people have talked about it before, but I haven't heard much about it lately. And I know all of us don't have kids. Some of us do. I got to, everyone knows my story.
Hey, G, did you shout out SDP? He just got
absolutely.
in.
Yeah, I shout out. Absolutely. Okay. I sent him a link. I shouted out a few minutes ago to him. I sent him a link.
I just saw it my thing just caught up. So
He was chilling with us the other night. It was funny as shit.
oh yeah, STP is the
Kelly,
man.
oh yeah, Kelly had that chat freaking. We had about 136 questions for him. It was good for everyone actually.
Wow, that's a lot of questions.
Sonora
You guys-
definitely.
Did you guys know there's a few other live chats at the moment? Some of them are big gun channels, and what do you know? The Green Dragon has more live viewers. Isn't that interesting?
Nah, the only chat I'm running here, my brother. The only thing I'm aware of is the Dragon. I really don't know what's going on out there, and I don't give a shit. But if anyone else is out there running a chat, hats off to you, and I hope you guys have a good time and a good chat. Rock
Yeah,
on.
remember, we're not everybody's cup of tea, beer, whiskey, whatever.
Totally understand. Yeah, it's better that the gun guys stay in those chats. That's the good
No,
thing.
that's not true. I'm friends with a lot of the gun guys.
Yeah.
We talk about a lot of the same stuff. You know,
It's just a
maybe
few
they're-
of them that are rotten. The one bad apple spoils the core. That's the problem with a lot of communities. That's all. All good.
Well, they have to have more channels too, because we can only have 10 people in here. And you get too many people in here, you can't chat properly. So
Exactly.
it's good
Well,
to have other channels.
It takes a while to understand the vibe. It takes a while for
No
people to
doubt.
get the vibe that I need to shut up sometimes. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Even me.
Me too. People know that shit, and people know how we run the Dragon here, and that's why they keep coming back, and we love everyone. And Tommy Boy 9, my soldier boy, what's up, my brother? Mad love to you. I hope mom's doing okay. Brother Dooley, we love you, brother. Sorry about your loss. Dana, we love you. Our hearts go out to you, and we're sorry about your loss. But like I said, everybody knows how we run shit around here, and fucking, believe me, you can ask me all and the rest. They leave the Dragon or get banned. They miss us. They always want to come back and get more. Always.
When I first got into guns, though, on YouTube, I realized there was so many gun channels, but I quickly noticed that just not all the gun channels really care about what's going on. They just care about guns, and that's all they care about.
Yeah, I used to run them. Like I said, I mean, hats off. I mean, Mule and I are friends with a lot of them, and a couple of them I hang out personally.
Mm-hmm.
And shout outs to Marco Digital Profits. Shout outs to B Gurk. Join us, B. I sent you a link, brother. Hopefully Gurk will come in with us, and he's actually part of that crew. So hopefully he comes through, and just like I put out our chat last week, we threw a message out. Mule knew where we were going with it. It's not about what community you're in. We all bleed red, white, and blue, and when shit hits the fan, we're not going to be out our neighborhoods fucking pointing fingering who community you're with, who you're with, who you're with, who you're not with.
Sure.
You're cool. That's not what it's about, man.
What it is about, though, is I see people that are promoting. These are gun people.
Yeah.
Promoting and doing memorial videos for fake stuff like Sandy Hook.
Yeah.
I mean, these are people who are either so ignorant that they have no clue what's going on and they don't want one. They're part of the problem. They're part of the problem.
I'm going to throw out his name one time. And you get one plug, fucko, because I don't give two shits, but not everyone fucking is Yankee Marshall. You know what I'm saying? It's that we're not worried about those. Those types we're not worried about. They're just ignorant.
And here's the thing. There's a lot of people that, I mean, we say it all the time. 3% of the population was on the side of the revolution at the start, right? It's the same with people in general. There's plenty of people who have a real high interest in guns, and yet they're cops, they're employed by the federal government, and they have the same kind of blinders on that the general population has. That's why this isn't a gun check, right? Even though people like to call us a gun check because we're all interested in guns.
And we talk about guns, but that's not the only thing we talk about. We'll sit here and talk an hour long, AKs, rails, fucking mags, fucking.
Yeah.
But the good thing, the thing, what keeps bringing people back and interested is that we're not a community that just talks about one thing for 4 hours. And no disrespect to them, because I can talk about that shit all night, but I have to be in the mood. And lately, there's been so much shit going on, and they don't have to pay attention to it. They can run their shit any way they want. But the reason why I think people like to listen to us is because We just don't talk about politics or survival, or we talk about guns. We talk about everything. Fucking taxes, fucking just everything. I mean, sports, fucking whatever it is, whatever's on the table, we address it.
It's a bar, right? But
That's
it's a
it.
bar that covers the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Third Amendment, Fourth, Fifth, Sixth, Seventh, Eighth, Ninth, Tenth, and ad nauseum, right?
Yada,
So
yada, yada.
we're not just geared on the Second Amendment and guns.
No.
Where it is a bar, we talk about religion, politics, football, whatever. Now, depending upon the crowd, that depends upon how the conversation is going to go, right? If you want to talk basketball, football, and stuff like that, there's going to be a whole different panel here. But it's been here before, and they're going to enjoy having that conversation.
Even your barbecues.
Yeah. And what happened with Dooley?
Dana, her dad passed away.
Oh, damn. Sorry, Dooley. Sorry, Dana.
Yeah.
Prayers are going to go out to you guys. So,
No,
sorry about that. But
no
Dooley's
doubt.
a friend. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, it's family. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
It's family.
So,
No
but
doubt.
yeah, I mean, we'll talk about
but
anything. That's why we're not
Yep.
just a gun chat, even though I'm friends with people in gun chats.
exactly. And they're going to start seeing more people in here, and they're going to get it. You know what I'm saying? And the other communities will get it. Our daily
Well, they
chats
already do,
that we
you
have,
know.
the truth opens up. All the people come in, and Tech Daddy comes through, chills with us all the time, and like I said, SDP will come in. I mean, all different types, and that's what it's all about, man. We're there to talk and help each other out, get prepared, because I don't think a lot of people are prepared. I don't think a lot of people are getting themselves ready by any means. I mean, Christ, a lot of people don't even have a fucking car charger in their trunks. I mean, they don't even got cables. It's sad. It
And
really
that's where
is.
a lot of people are doing it wrong, where they're preparing individually. You know, I'm going to take care of my family, and that's it. You know, that's where you need to, if you can, involve local people in your community, where you can plan. Okay, well, I'll take care of this part, like the communications and the electronics. Whereas, you know, you're good at, say, the firearms part of it. So you take care of the firearms. You know what I mean? Like, get organized. You know, like, be prepared, not just individually, but be prepared in a small group. Something, you know, what you call a support.
Thank you for bringing that up, and that's what I wanted to get into. And like I was talking earlier, you know, I got 2 little ones. I know Mule's got kids. I know Stan's got kids. I know that's about it. But Kelly's got some older ones, I know. But as far as little ones go, the question is, how young? I mean, how early can we start prepping our kids and getting them ready, you know, with protection? I'm not just saying food, water, shelter, you know, yada yada yada. I'm talking about self-defense. When do you guys think? Yeah. What's your call on age?
I'd say
not only the age,
but
let me finish real quick, and then you can answer. Not only age, but as far as what type of weapon would you be comfortable with your kids teaching them, using that? I mean,
I say 8-year-old little girls can have automatic Uzis.
I say,
that is so bad, and that's a tragedy.
For the record, before I say anything else, I mean, Truth will tell you what's up with this situation. I'm not going to speak for Truth, but I want to hear from Truth after me. But I mean, my 6-year-old's good with a 22 AR. You know what I mean? I mean, he's not freaking 9mm 45 5.56 ready, but he's 22 ready. You know what I'm saying? And he knows that's what he taught. That's what he learned on. You know, I taught him safety for 2 years. 2 years before he squeezed that trigger.
Awesome.
Well, but gee, okay, let me. I can only say, and I'll do real quick so Truth can get to his story.
Absolutely.
But I've taught my kids from
Yep.
a very early age that if, first of all, defend themselves at all costs, and they are the weapon. It doesn't matter what they have in their hand, from a firearm to a pencil. I gave them, pocket knives at young ages and taught, especially my girls, how to use them. Stab, twist, and snap it off.
And the girls know how to shoot AKs. I saw that.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, my girls know how to shoot. But,
right.
I mean, I'm saying it's a mindset. You teach the kids that they have, first you have to teach them what self-defense is, right? And what matters, where violence plays into that, right? And then you have to teach them that they are the weapon, not whatever is in their hand. Whatever is in their hand is part of them and their weapon, from a brick to a knife or a gun.
And that's where I say being environmentally aware of teaching them young, like about predators and stuff like that, and how predators would approach, so that way they have a sense of what a deviant person kind of acts like, you know what I mean, and what to be aware of there, and that gives them a basis of self-security and self.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, you have to remember, you're only as strong as your weakest follower. So, if you don't train your kids, you're putting a lot more people at risk than just your kids.
Well, I think you can go on the fact of when your kids become interested, you can start teaching about different things. Like, even if it's a gopher kind of thing, and make a game with them. Okay, buddy, go get me a bandage for my knee.
Right.
And then they go in your bag and get it, or stuff like that, or you know what? Let's. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know about that, because, like I said, when I was raising my kids when they were real young, they were in New York, and we lived in New York, and it was just a different mindset. You had to be aware that there's bad people out there willing to do bad things. You can never make it a game. You have to. The parent is going to, when it's age appropriate, hopefully, and explain to them what, like somebody else was saying about what a predator is, because predators are in your church. Predators, and that's the way I taught my kids, is it's not just for a shit hit the fan situation or the world going horrible situation. It's for them being alone in a room with an adult in a school situation. Being catching a ride from somebody's dad that you know. All of a sudden you're alone because he's got 100 pounds on him. He can do whatever the fuck he wants with him.
Yeah.
And that goes from the smallest little thing. I can give you a little example. My eldest daughter, when she was 7 years old, was attacked on a bus, right? School bus.
Jeez.
Now she was running her mouth. She was a mouthy kid, and the guy who attacked her was 14 years old, and she was 7, right? And he picked her up, and he wasn't abusing. He was fighting her, but he wasn't abusing her. But he picked her up and smacked her head into the ceiling of the bus. And what she did was then put his nuts up into his fucking throat.
Word.
Because...
her.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, because... And it's every kid has to understand what you have to, first of all, teach your kids self-worth. That's the basis of every parent. Teach your child the self-worth, then they'll understand that they're worth protecting, and then they'll be more than willing to protect themselves.
Yeah. And you'll keep in mind that, we're told, our moms tell us to beware of strangers, when the truth is that most murders or sexual assaults or anything vile happens by 90% of the time by people you know. So it's not the strangers you have to worry about so much as the people you do know and that's already in your circle.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's very true. And you can even apply it to that situation in the gun community with the fucking red jacket dude. The only reason why he was able to get close to those kids is because he was in their community, and people trusted him. And that's why I trust no man. But that's something you have to teach a kid to get to, and it's hard to teach that kind of a complex thought, because you can't trust anybody. But if you're a Christian or if you're just a normal human being, you want to build those relationships, even though. It can drive you a bit crazy if in the back of the mind you're always thinking,
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You can't put a number on it, because it has to be the kid's mindset. You know, if a 7-year-old can handle what you're teaching them, cool. Maybe a 14-year-old couldn't.
I'd like the parents to be able to decide and people to be able to decide for themselves. I don't want the government to tell me that no one under 12 years old can shoot a gun. And you guys brought up that Uzi incident. I'm doing a intro video for a shooting range, and now all of a sudden that's a new rule. No one under the age of 12 can shoot at all, period. So isn't that great? Isn't that great that now that someone else gets to decide one more thing about what you can do with your life? And we're dumb enough to call this freedom, by the way. Keep that in mind.
My great niece and nephew, they know how to shoot firearms, and they're like anywhere from 6 to 10 years old.
Huh? Caitlin Francis was a world champion at 13. World champion! I think it was okay for her to handle it at 9 or 10, but again, everyone's different, and that's why people need to be able to make their decisions for themselves and not have their government God telling them what to do.
Exactly. Well, different people have different abilities, and some people are going to be better at other things than others. So you may have a person who's very mechanically adept with their fingers, yada yada, dexterity, and they're good at weaponry or what have you, because that's what they've been taught and that's what they like.
Right. But now all of a sudden you don't get to make that decision. You're not in a position to be able to decide that because you have the information. Someone else who doesn't know any of the information is now making the decision for you. And I have a problem with that.
Yeah, and how many times as a child were you told by a parent or somebody you looked up to, oh, you're just a child, go away, you don't understand, where you're sitting there going, yeah, actually I do, and I have some input. I'd like to, no, just go away, you're just a child, right? How did that bug you as a child versus now as an adult, you know what, fuck you, I have a right, and I'm going to use it.
I have never taught my kids I've never told them to go away for shit like that. If there was a thought, or I would explain to them that they would learn that when they're older, and I'll explain it to them when they ask me again. But like, I don't know, some of you remember some of my old videos. You see my my Corby out there sitting on my lap shooting 22, and he was what, Steph, 2 years old? 3? He was 3 years old.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
So, and I think it's a great disservice to children. I mean, that adults would shun them that way, because I grew up in an atmosphere where it wasn't that way. I was always accepted. I was the cool kid. I got to go get people beers out of the fridge and stuff like that, you know. I mean, my mother rode with the Iron Horsemen, so I was around those type of people.
And that's where you hear all the old stories, right?
Right, yeah, and I was always permitted to do the adult things. We would have people show up at the house, bikers show up at the house, coming to pick me up. I'm only 5 years old. Hey, can Chad come out and go for a ride with us? You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I wasn't that type of kid.
Yeah, I grew up in a similar lifestyle, different colors though. But the funny thing is, though, Chad, that those people treated you like you were an adult in training, and
right.
That's the way kids should be treated.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because you're going to spend a lot more years of your life as an adult than you are as a child.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. Once you grow up, that's it. You're an adult. It's over.
Well, I'm 37. I haven't grown up yet.
You're the fortunate one.
Age is a state of mind.
The mindset. Like, I look at it as I like to learn, right? And I love to continue learning. If I have an opportunity to learn something that I don't know, I'm all in. You know.
Yep. It never ends. Age is a state of mind, ever changing, and we need to stay in that learning mindset. That's what's beneficial. And I like what Truth posted in the internal here, one of our comments. Let's see. It was a good point that I thought that he made, but now it looks like it's gone. So, all right. Well, the bottom line was, someone out of the chat was saying that they appreciate the Green Dragon chats because you guys are respectful and I learn something from listening. So
That's from Bill P.
Yeah, Bill P. I like your chats because you folks are respectful and I learn things. And that's great to hear, Bill, and hopefully we can always provide something that's worth listening to.
Right.
Now, before we get into something else there, Mule, have you heard how Kansas is doing? Oh, he might be gone there for a minute.
Mule?
That's a good question, though. If anybody got any updates on Kansas, I'd like to know that too.
I do have a question for you guys, because you guys are talking about kids, how soon it is okay to teach the kids. I have a grown kid, and my concern is she wants nothing to do at all, period, with firearms. And that worries me, because I want her to be able to protect herself in the need. You know, her husband is up to learning, but she's like, I just really have no interest. And, you know, I don't want to force something on her that she is not interested in, but at the same time, I think it's a skill she should have in the event that she needs it. So how would you guys approach that?
It's like Mule said, it's not a game, but also I've heard you talk too, you know, you instruct, you know, you're wondering why the females weren't having fun. You got to bring a little bit of fun to it with reason, because it's not a joke. Firearms are not a joke. I mean,
Oh gosh, no way.
you know, but I mean, they are a tool for a purpose, and whether it's target practicing, home defense, collecting, swapping notes, whatnot. So it's not a game, but you can still present it like we did with my great niece and nephew. First, they were just scared to death of it. All they wanted to do was just play. They didn't care. And now they ask to fire certain weapons, or the bow and arrow, or the crossbow, and you know they'll get burned out, you know, because they're not really into it. That's fine. But when you make it like, okay, we're gonna shoot a firearm like it's a game of darts. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not a game, but you present it in a fun way. Okay, let's see who can get the best points. And then, oh, wow, now you struck a spark, and you got them interested. And then you teach them the right and wrong about it. You teach them the safety first, that, hey, you can get hurt by this, or you can hurt somebody. But if you do it in a responsible way, then it can be fun, like going target shooting. That's fun. A lot of us have fun with that. But on the other hand, you got to be responsible. You can't just treat it like a toy either.
Well, I mean, she's 24 years old and just not interested, and I'm just, like I said, I'm worried if, you know.
Would there maybe be another form of self-defense she'd be interested in? Like, would she be interested in maybe crossbow or archery or something like that?
You know, she enjoyed archery in high school. It's really interesting. She didn't used to be against guns until Mom and Dad started using guns, because tomorrow is officially 1 year from the time we bought our first gun.
It's something
new. It's something new to our family, and she feels that we've changed because we now have guns. I think we're pretty much the same people. We're just, you know.
It may just be a matter of time to come on board and she sees why you guys are doing what you're doing, right?
Yeah, and she just doesn't want to.
Do you think that she would agree to go with you one day out to the range and just have a fun day where you try a bunch of different guns and stuff like that, and kind of like what Cowboy was saying? Just if you said to her, "Come out for me just one day," and a lot of people don't realize that they like guns or want anything to do with them, and they actually shoot them and find that, hey, this is actually pretty cool.
Well, yeah. I have kind of a little plan in my mind. One of her friends is getting ready to leave for the Navy. Her and her husband live down in Florida, and I'm going to be there before her, or he's not going to the Navy, he's going to the Army. And I'm going to be there before he does go to the Army, and he likes to shoot, so I'm hoping that I can engage him to engage her and another of her friends that are going to be down there, and that we can do a range day.
Yeah, that would that'd probably work for sure, because you're not necessarily trying to get her to have a CCW, but just the knowledge of how to handle them if she needs to.
Like you could set it up like, okay, this is a mom and daughter day, and have what you like to do, take her to the range. Then
No.
then do what she wants to do, whatever it is, on another
No,
day.
she won't do it. She's a Leo. She is very stubborn.
It was just a thought, just throwing it out there.
But she might do it if all her friends are going. If I can engage her friends in the idea.
Yeah, somehow, get
And her husband.
something where she's somehow in her personal life where, okay, well, if they're doing it, maybe I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Kelly, that's a mindset thing. That is truly a mindset thing, and without that mindset, the gun is irrelevant. There's an excellent story from Masad Ayub. I'm not pronouncing his name right, but you guys know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Right. The great story that he tells about the home intruder breaking in, tying up the man. The woman is sitting there crying in the corner. The intruder turns around and he lays the gun down because he has to use both hands to tie up the guy. And in that moment, the woman walks across the room, picks up the gun, puts it right in his back, and pulls the trigger. Now that's mindset. She has no training. She has no skill. She's not a Navy SEAL. She just has the mindset that this person is about to rape me and kill my husband. I'm going to put a stop to it. I got the tool right here. Bang. Done deal.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe
I will definitely look for that one.
Maybe watch a movie about something, and it's a true story about something, and why a woman or a man said, well, I didn't really like guns my whole life, didn't have nothing against them, but I'm not into it, but now I understand why I need one.
I plan to take a wide range down there too. Hopefully then she can prepare, like, y'all are training your children to prepare. Maybe my child will learn to prepare a little bit too.
One of the best people that I've ever found that even having basic training in even hand-to-hand combat is like a martial arts instructor. They're very patient. They'll tell you why you need to have some type of learned self-defense, whether it be hand-to-hand combat, martial arts, or handgun, or what have you. And one of those guys are usually the best to talk to.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it always comes down to mindset. You can't just give someone weapons and expect them to have the mindset to use them. And there are people in this world, I'm sure you guys have talked to them, that they'll say, I would never have a gun. If someone came in and was going to kill me, I would rather them harm me than me harm them.
Yep. That was my wife 2 years ago. She couldn't stand guns, and this is the one who I was telling you about with the uncle, with the Navy SEAL. She hates fucking guns. She couldn't stand them. She didn't want to talk about them. She didn't want to say it. But now she understands with all the crazy shit that's happened in the last couple of years. It makes her say, I might think a little bit different. And now she's all open to it. And we all have a friend that's on here, that comes on here with her chats, and his wife can't stand it. We're not going to say no names, and I'm just telling the people now, the moms, the dads that are not open to firearms, you might want to think again. It's not the firearms that are bad, it's the people with the firearms. Bullets don't take lives, they protect lives.
And to teach your children. Teach your children about the mindset that is required, not just the safety involved and not just the how to handle and that kind of thing, but the actual mindset that it takes. Because again, you can have all the weapons in the world, but if you don't have the mindset to deploy brutal force when necessary, you are useless.
Mine in my house, and she started riff-raffing me because my son loves a KSG shotgun. He's 6 years old. His favorite shotgun's a KSG. What do you want me to fucking smack him? She came in the house today. He says, "Oh, Ma," he says, "Dad, let's go play Black Ops." And she looked at me, and she says, and again, she's a friend of Sarah. She was like, "You let him play Black Ops? My 12-year-old can't even play." I was like, "Well, look, I don't have my kid is not blinded. I don't keep my kids in the dark. I educate my kids about firearms, what they do, because if my son goes to a friend's house and he sees a firearm, I want him to know what it is."
Exactly.
And to basically leave and come home. Because I told him, I said, "Gee, if you ever find someone's gun, if someone's dad's gun's laying in the bed or yada yada, I want you to leave the house." I said, "Stop doing and just run home. That's all you need to do. Just come home. That's all I want you to do. And he knows. And he actually did that. He already did it. Went to a house. Dad was in the military, and his dad had his guns on the bed, and Jais went to the bathroom, and he saw it, and he ran home. He's already done it. He knows. But I would want my son. I want my son knowing what the object is, what the weapon is, even just not what it is, but just saying, hey, it's a firearm, it can fucking kill somebody, hands off. Rather than having a 13 or 14-year-old picking the fucking gun up and going bang in the wrong direction. Because how many times have we heard that?
Real quick, everybody say goodnight to Truth.
Oh, truthfully.
Night, Truth.
Taking off, fellas. I
Night,
started the
Truth.
job in the morning. So,
Good luck with the new job.
yeah, everybody have a
Night,
good
Truth.
night.
Good. Have fun at the.
Yeah,
Have
see you
fun
later.
pouring some more Guinea Gold, buddy.
Thanks, Mill. Everybody, have a great night, and thanks for having me, and we'll see you later.
All right,
Have a
later,
good
Truth.
night, bro.
Just thought I'd throw that out there real quick.
Thanks.
Appreciate that. I didn't even know. I just came back from downstairs, but so basically right now it's 11 o'clock. I know we've got 38 people watching. We want to thank everybody for coming out. I know there's a lot of chats going on. I know there's Sunday night football going on, even though that's pretty washed away. But we got over 100, almost 160 comments, so we're rolling. Pre-dawn death. Hey, listen, if anybody wants a link out there, just send a message in the external, and we'll get it done. Pre-dawn, what's going on, brother? Long time. SDP, what's going on? Jay Watterson, what's going on, brother? Smurf Keller, what's going on, man? Atomic Goals, Brother Mule, Third Op. Third Op is Straight Ninja tonight. Brian Kai, JQHP, Sean Snyder, what's going on, buddy? Long time. And like I said, anybody wants a link, just send me a private message or just shoot one of us a message. Brian Kai. Don't see anybody new. Nope, we're good to go. But anyway, let's get into it. I'm sure a lot of people have been waiting for it. You know, we all pretty much heard, everyone's talking about, shit hitting the fan. What are we going to do?
Well, I had a question on that, and I wanted to ask everybody in the room, if you don't mind, G.
No, hell no, brother. Go ahead.
So what non-shit hit the fan? I mean, what's a natural disaster in your area that you're prepping for? Because, even though we all, prep for the zombie apocalypse or shit hit the fan or revolution or whatever, right? What's really going to happen in my area is tornado and flooding.
And getting on that topic, actually, that's a good point you picked that out. I think everybody has to be aware of fracking and the results of fracking and what it's actually doing in their area.
Yeah, we're lucky. We only sell the sand for people to do fracking. They haven't started doing it in my state yet because there's not a lot of shale. There's a lot of silica sand, and there's no oil in that, thankfully, in Illinois, So, but we sell you guys the sand to do it, so.
Yeah, I've said that before, It's like if you live on either side of the United States, you're going to have to deal with hurricanes, tropical weathers. If you live near a fault line, you're going to have to deal with earthquakes. If you live in Tornado Alley, you need to prepare for tornadoes, thunderstorms, flooding, lightning strikes, just the normal stuff. And that don't even have nothing to do with all the big stuff that they're adding on top of it. So why don't people talk about that on news no more? Remember back in the day when the news would come up and it's getting ready for winter. Oh, you need to have a flashlight in your car. You need to have, a candy bar, something back there, a water bottle, jumper cables, whatnot. You know what I'm saying? It's like people just don't care. It's like, oh, well, there's a gas station up there or whatever,
And I got my cell phone, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll call AAA.
Well, it's funny. It's funny you say that.
Oh, he lagged.
Uh-oh.
A lot of
Say that
a lot of
again, Neil.
people.
Can you repeat that? You glitched.
Oh,
Mule?
He'll come back.
around 3. Oh, okay. Hold on.
Oh,
All right.
sadness.
Basically,
He'll bounce back in, won't he?
Yes, he'll come back.
Okay.
Basically, I wanted to get in. What I wanted to get in.
There he is.
Third up, put a article out. Top 4 reasons why you're not going to survive bugging out to the woods. And third sent it out yesterday. Shout outs to third put it out. And basically, Neil and I have been talking about it. We were talking about it, I think, the other day or yesterday, last night actually. I fell asleep last night at 2:30 on the chair, Neil. My bad. But
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Hear. We're talking about. I'm bringing up the topic tonight. You know, who's going to survive? Basically, when the shit hits the fan. You know, what makes us think we're specialists? You know, there's a few people who have the skills to survive in the wild. Whose land you think you're going to bug out to? Obviously. You know, of course, everyone seems like they're going to head out to the hills. What makes them special? The roads are going to be fucking, you know, all the wooded areas. It's going to be congested. It's going to be probably, you know, I'm sure it's going to be, there's going to be a lot of roads impassable.
And what can you carry when you're just stuck on your own 2 feet?
Well, I mean, you have to utilize your environment, like I've said before. Like, and you also have to have more than one plan. You have to have a plan A, you have to have a plan B, and you have to be able to also...
You're going to have limited resources. Don't forget, people, you guys, we're going to have limited resources.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know, that's why I say you're also going to have...
Yeah, there's going to be more violence in the cities. There, I mean, people fleeing everywhere. Local landowners, I mean, you know, they're going to have their guns out. And then they say you're not giving animals nearly enough credit, and humans are greedy. So there's a lot to go over this. But like I said, I mean, the main topic again tonight, as the title is, you know, when shit hits the fan,
Well,
who's going to be surviving? Who's going to last? I mean, what? Starting with, go ahead, Brother Mule. You got it, man.
Well, I was just trying to say before when Google fucked up that Cowboy was right. You know, I mean, you look at it today. Most people drive around in the winter, right, with shorts on in their cars. You know, running in and out of places. You know, not ever ready for winter. And this is supposed to be the biggest winter in 50 years coming, at least according to the almanac. And a lot of people, at least east of the Mississippi, aren't ready for shit when it comes to that. And those are the real shit hit the fan moments, when you're stuck on the side of a road in a snowbank and, you know, nobody's getting to you for a day or two.
And just to touch on what you just said, Mule, okay, like if you got 6 people slid off on the side of the highway and they know you're okay, it's just like the emergency room. They're going to take the worst situation first, and then it may be 2 or 3 hours before they get to you.
Yeah, but if I'm ready for it, that's okay.
You know what I'm saying.
If I'm sitting on my trunk of my car drinking hot cocoa while everybody else been freezing for 3 days, and I'm snacking on a 3-day ration bar, smoking a cigarette, bundled up in my survival blanket, going, yeah, get that guy. He's really cold, you know?
Exactly.
But a lot of people don't think like that. They prep for the big, you know, shit hit the fan, but they don't prep for the shit that actually happens in their area.
A lot of people don't even prep. Like, they rely on technology to such a degree that they think it's going to be there 100% of the time, right? And it's just not.
Yeah.
I can call 911.
I've got my new iPhone 6.
Took the words right out of my mouth. And these people don't even have jumper cables in the trunks. What makes you think they're going to survive in the wilderness?
Well, gee, I mean,
you went through. Oil. They don't know how to change their own oil, Mule.
Right, and you went through it similarly during Sandy, right? Hurricane Sandy.
Oh.
You know, you were the one that was able to charge your fucking neighbors' cell phones because you had your shit together.
My generator. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
When they
I got 2 generators. One and a new one. I got generators. And I told Mule, when the power goes out, it's like pandemonium in here. People go, I mean, it's nuts. I mean, if it sneezes, the power goes out. People don't get themselves ready. I got all my jumper cables already ready. I got gas. I mean, who fills up? I got
Toe
about
chains.
50. I got 50 gallons of gas in my shed, just stored. I mean, I got all that shit, dude. I mean, I got bungee cords. I got rope, gas. I got about 30 extended sets of extension cords that are like 20 feet. I mean, my shit's hooked up, and it takes me 5 minutes. If the power goes out, I'll have power back on in 5 minutes.
And that's why
No problem.
and that's why I say you have to have certain plans. For the most part, if you can do it, you don't need to bug out. If you can bug in and stay in and defend
I'm not going nowhere. I'm staying in my fucking
yeah, but
castle.
there might be a spot in time where a rogue gang comes down your street and or an opposing force of some kind, and you're not going to be able to hold them off. You're going to have to bug out, or you may have to
Yeah. Whatever the situation
live for another day. You know what I mean?
Yep. And
I
then,
know.
So you have to
Go ahead,
have
Kelly.
plan B. You know.
I was going to say, I grew up in North Dakota, and we were trained to have certain items in our trunk always, and in the car. You just did it. And I've become even lax at that. I'm like, oh, I live on the East Coast now. It doesn't get that cold. It doesn't get that, terrible one. And yet, like 4 years ago, didn't we have, I think it was 4 years ago, because it was the year right before I moved here, there was a terrible blizzard after blizzard here that shut stuff down in the area. And, the funny thing is, Mule's talking about what natural disaster type things are you preparing for. Literally, 1 week, right when we moved back, in 1 week we had a fire drill alarm went off in the hotel room. So we had to run out in the middle of the night, grab the dogs in our jammies. Later that week, we had the earthquake. And then we had the hurricane. So I had never thought of prepping for a hurricane or an earthquake here, because last time I lived here, this stuff never happened, but I need to prep for that.
Another thing is we don't even have to look at the weather. What if there's a car accident and it takes out a power grid in certain sections and they can't get it fixed for, say, 2 or 3 days, and your fridge is out?
Yeah, well, that's one of the things I'm preparing for in my area. Kind of what led up to Mule's question before, what you're preparing for. And in my area, I think it's going to be like a longer loss of electricity, like EMP from the sun or something. So that's what I prepare for. But the fact is because of my health and everything, if something happened, I'm not going to make it. However, all the prepping stuff that I do and I try to teach my family is for them to survive.
Very good.
Scary outlook, though. I mean, it's good that you understand it. But
realistic.
yeah, very realistic. My hat's off to you, Steve.
And that's the way you have to look at it. We have to look at children as always as the future, right? As the best resource we really have. Whether it be mine, yours, anybody's child. If I can educate a child, which will benefit them positively, that's something that you should be doing.
Well, yeah, you're 100% right? And it all comes down to that parable. Give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach a man a fish, you feed him for life.
How many of you are preparing for the government to come and take you away?
What can you prepare for that for?
Oh, ammunition comes to mind.
Yeah, I think we could hold out for a little bit, but I don't, if they came at an overwhelming, which I'm sure they would because they seem to do everything overwhelmingly these days.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Let's back up. Is it something that you should even be concerned to prepare for? I mean, you know, winter's going to happen. You know that natural things are going to happen eventually. It's good to be prepared for all that. But how many people out there are literally preparing for the day when the government comes to take you away?
Lockdown of the country.
Well, that'll depend upon what you're doing that'll piss off the government.
Speaking your mind, saying things out loud, believing in the Constitution, wearing blue jeans. Where do you want this to end? Whatever they determine that is now bad, and they decide to come and get you, what are you going to do about it?
Most of the general population, unless they start segmenting people on basis of race or religion or anything like that, if they're just coming after everybody, most people aren't going to fight them at all. And then there's crazies like me and you that will. You come banging at my door like that hard, you're going to get, we're going to go to battle. But they're more than likely going to hit us in our travels. Because they do have enough technology now to supplement their manpower to be able to follow you all over the planet if they want to.
Sure.
So
not only that, they're going to start taking us down one by one instead of as a group, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you said that you grew up with a certain group of people. Well, that's how they took out a big portion of those groups of people. Right? Whenever they work RICO acts these days, they don't just grab one guy anymore. They grab everybody in the damn country all at the same time.
Lockdown.
So that's the way I think they're going to hit any dissidents if they ever decide to come for them. Is they're going to hit them all at once.
Are they going to be able to, though? I mean,
yeah.
There's getting to be a lot of us.
They're still going to have a lot of ground covered.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing too, and this probably makes me sound like a pussy, but the fact is, it depends what they're showing up at my door to do. Like, if they show up and say, listen, you're gonna have to come with us. We're gonna put you in a camp for a while we get things sorted out, right?
And they have.
Yeah, if they ain't showing up to the door with a fucking check, saying, here you go, you won the lottery, they better not show up at my door.
Well, the thing is, I know what you're saying, Mule, but the thing is, at least for me in my beliefs and religion and stuff, if they're not directly threatening the safety of myself or my family, I'm not going to shoot or kill them.
So if they come in your door...
But if they come in and they're kicking the door in and they're get down, and I feel that my safety or my family's in trouble, then yeah, I would. But if they just come and say, "Hey, come with us, you're going,"
then that's all okay.
I'm not going to take a life.
I will.
That's all okay.
My freedom is worth me taking a life at that point, because I'm not getting locked in a cage for anything. Right. Period. You're not going to take my freedom. You can kill me. And that's all you can really do.
And unless you've got a warrant stating that I've committed a crime, and you've got pretty much proof, if I know that I haven't done it, I'm gonna fight it, And
Here's the thing: when they show up at your door, it won't be any of that. They'll be on CNN hours before, days before, about the big Ebola outbreak or whatever bullshit they want to tell you. It doesn't matter. They'll tell you that, and that way when they show up at your door, they're going to show up as if they're there to help you. And the dumb people are going to go, oh, thank God you're here. Oh, yeah, get on the train. No problem. I'll get on the train. No problem.
No, do you see that seal on my door? That's why you're not allowed in. I already know how to handle this. Have a good one.
No. Protocol says you got to go, sir, for your own safety. We're here to protect you, and we got to take you and your family and get you on the train. Come on.
That's your protocol, and that's an act that I didn't sign, and I know my rights. So have a good day.
I always ask for a warrant.
That's fine. It's sending them away. I'm just talking about automatically them showing up and saying, "Hey, it's an Ebola thing" or whatever. If people just starting to blast at them, that's what I'm not prepared to do.
Hey, if people was smart, they'd already be blasting at them. They've already passed the point of no return. They've already pulled enough. When you tell me some bullshit like Sandy Hook, and you tell me about dead children and just to take guns, no. That's already past the line. you're already past the point of no return. So show up at my door.
And then they tried that thing. Well, you got a $3,000 gun, but we'll buy it back from you for $100. That's a good deal, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
No,
All
like I
right.
said, if people were smart, and we're not, but if people were smart, they'd already be blasting at them.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm willing to have them come and tell me, oh, we have to take you to, you know, a camp because of an Ebola breakout, or we have to take you to a camp to keep you safe.
Yeah, because President Obama already signed that executive order for them to come and take you and put you in a camp for Ebola.
Sure.
Yeah, you know, or we have
Did
to
it
take
last
you
week.
to the camp to keep you safe because we have a gang of crazed monkeys coming at us or whatever.
Right now, we're dealing with that, and most people don't realize it right now in the United States. Let's take Ebola off the fucking thing. They're not letting people freely travel through certain parts of Pennsylvania because they accused some kid of hiding in the woods after shooting a cop. Right?
Yeah.
So there's no freedom of travel going on right now.
It's lockdown.
In the state of Pennsylvania in the United States. Right?
Yep.
And they did the same thing in Watertown after Boston and all the rest of that shit. Right? So I'll tell you what I would do if I was living in Pennsylvania. I would then be driving around.
Yes.
Well, you gotta because the thing that cracks me up is they're telling everybody they need to hide in their houses. No, you don't, because the kid's not targeting the people; he's targeting the cops, right?
Yep.
So I would be moving freely, is what I would be doing, and they would have to fight me to stop me from moving freely. Because I am a free man no matter what the fucking Constitution says, no matter what some other fucking person thinks. I am, me, Mule, a free man. I will make my decisions for myself. Right, wrong, or indifferent, good, bad, or ugly, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to make my own decisions. Right?
Yeah, just like Ferguson. They curfew at 11 o'clock. You tell me at 11 o'clock, that's when I'm going cruising.
Well, and I was going to say, with me, if they were going to tell me, you have to come to the camp because of whatever reason, you know, especially like an Ebola breakout, I wouldn't go because I would feel safer staying the heck away from people. If there's an Ebola breakout, I don't want to be around a whole bunch of people. Let me stay in my house where there is nobody else but me and my spouse. And if, God forbid, one of us had already contracted it, then let us die together. Okay? It's done.
Hey, let's hear what Brian's got to say. He's been real patient there.
What's up, Brian?
Hey y'all, what's up? What's up?
What's going
How's it
on?
going?
What's your thought on the subject?
Basically, see, I'm with Mule on this. I believe, you know, we are free, and I will fight to the death for it. That's all I got to say.
I was going to ask Truth if he had something to spin on him, but he left.
Yeah, he posted something in Inside, I guess you call it, right here where we're talking.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's like a book.
Yeah, no shit. Thanks, Truth.
Okay.
I think, it was that Indiana case law for why people in Indiana can stand up. And from what Third said is they are still doing no-knock raids in Indiana, but they're making sure they're being a lot more careful in doing so.
Thanks for joining us.
What's up, Brad?
What's happening?
What's going on?
Been listening. You guys are having a good chat.
We are. We got 40 viewers that are listening, and Rebel Solutions has entered. Thank you very much for coming in, brother.
Yeah.
We always love to hear what Mr. Red's got to say and his spin on it.
Well, I got a little piece of advice for Kelly because I was listening earlier. And she was saying, you know, her daughter just doesn't like firearms, and that's great. You know, you don't have to really like firearms, but has she ever known anyone that's, you know, has violence ever touched her life in any way?
You know, it indirectly did. We lived here during 9/11, and her father used to take the subway to work frequently, which went right through the Pentagon. And she was about 10 or 11 then, and that freaked her out so badly. It was just a real bad situation for her that she just really hasn't gotten over that in a way. She won't watch the news. She doesn't want to hear about it. I love her, but she's a super intelligent person. She knows that there's bad in the world. She just doesn't want to deal.
I mean, you know, 9/11 happened to all of us. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a good friend of hers, a family member, ever been mugged, robbed, raped, shot, stabbed, kidnapped.
Yes. And she still, at the same time, you know, and her husband has said, when we buy a house, we are getting a gun.
Right.
They signed for their house on Wednesday. So, you know, she's going to have to learn here in October when I go down there.
Guns are not for everyone, and it's better that if she is just completely despises firearms, that she not have one. There's other means of self-defense, and I think some other people have mentioned it. You know, I mean, for security, the best thing you're ever going to have is a dog. Number one. Number two, you know, there's all kinds of other non-lethal situations, but you know, I would just say to her, because I have a daughter, and I'll tell you what, you know, she's going to be packing. Why?
Yeah.
Because it's not a fair fight. It's just not. And
I have a shirt that says that even.
Yeah. And you know, the fact that you've gotten involved in firearms, it's your duty as a parent, with all of us that are parents, to teach our children how to defend themselves and protect themselves. Now, you know, they don't have to be paranoid, but what I say is this. First of all, there's nothing hotter than a chick that's into firearms. So let's just get that out there. So that's one thing that you know, she should be aware of.
Especially when they're a really good-looking chick, and she is. So.
Well, there you go. So, but the other thing is simply this. I would, you know, reach out to your family and friends, anybody who's ever been touched by violence, and have them explain to her the helpless feeling. Because, see, that's what I see happening a lot. People haven't had violence touch their life, so they're like, oh, it can't happen to me. Well, they go around in this fog of non-reality, and violence touches a lot of people in a lot of ways. And, you know, back to the gun thing, she may not ever be the type of person to use a gun in self-defense. So therefore, it may be more dangerous for her to have a gun and own a gun and have it taken away from her and used on her. So that's a bridge you might have to cross. But, you know, there's other things that she should be aware of and capable of doing. And at the bare minimum, firearm safety, the 4 basic firearm rules, because, as G said, no matter what, 55% of all households have guns, and your kids will come across a gun. I guarantee it. In my community alone, several children have been shot because they didn't know the basic gun rules, the basic safety rules. They used to teach that in school. They used to teach marksmanship in school. They don't do that anymore.
And that's why I say education is the key to anything, really.
I agree with.
Even with sex education, you know?
You know, I'm the perfect, that's why I was saying, we're going down to Florida. She has a very good friend who's getting married next month, and then the honeymoon is in Florida, but it's like it's going to be a big party for the honeymoon, essentially. So there's going to be a whole group of us down in Florida, and there are people down that are going to be down there that are very interested in firearms and are going to want to go shooting with me. And I'm hoping because that there's going to be so many of them that want to do this that it's going to be kind of, if she doesn't go, she's going to be odd man out and feel kind of, you know.
Can I
like
tell you a story real quick, Kel?
Absolutely, please.
I had, just a couple of years ago, I had a friend of mine who had a lot of people coming here to Illinois from California, long-lived Californians, and they wanted to do a shooting party for their wedding. And so I was able to get a bunch of friends together, get a bunch of guns together, and with a couple of friends, take these people out to make sure they shot safely. And every single one of them is now a gun owner. So those wedding gun parties can be a hell of a lot of fun and really open people. It does make that one person who feels a little awkward. Well, I guess I'll try shooting a 22, and by the end of the day, they think they're Rambo with an AR. You know?
Yeah.
And they love it.
And she has tried once, but she said, "Oh well, they're just not for me." But I think I gave her a knife at Christmas. She will take a knife. She's got pepper spray. But I really want to make sure that, you know, if her husband does want a gun in the house, that she knows how to use it safely and that he knows how to use it safely. So I'm going to, you know, have to take them out and at least instruct them on how to do so.
Can I ask if they have kids, Kel?
They don't yet, no. No, they've only been married a year, and they're going to wait a couple years, they said.
I mean, like I said, I personally, and you can understand, I mean, I'm the man in this house, but when my 6-year-old, little G, comes up, you know him, he comes up and says, "Daddy, I know what I'm doing, don't I?" I said, "You sure do, buddy." And not only, I mean, he wants to get involved, and he's aware. And the more I teach him, it's just the more awareness we can give them. And I don't know, I just think it's a big, man protects his house. And like I said, I mean, I can honestly say if I'm not home, I know my wife and my 6-year-old can protect the house. And I feel good.
Well,
it makes me feel good.
And I think that I greatly did a disservice to our family because I was always kind of the one, no, I don't want any guns in our house. You know, we don't need them. And after 9/11, she had night terrors for like a year because she was afraid the terrorists were going to come to her house.
Sure.
And I think had she known that Daddy has a gun and that Daddy can take care of them and take care of us, she would have been more open to the situation, you know. It would have made her, you know, maybe less afraid for that year, and it would have perhaps made her less afraid of guns or less likely to hate them.
And I told my wife, bullets don't take lives, they protect lives. And Sarah freaking couldn't stand it, but now she loves it. You know, she's all about it. I mean, she doesn't really love it, but she deals with it, and she, you know, she had an AR in her hand, and she shot it a couple times. She was digging it, you know what I mean? She's like, "Oh, I'm going to do it again and again and again."
Well, I've explained it to some people.
I don't force her to do it, you know? I let her want to do it. The more I force her to do it, the more I'm going to push her away. But the more bad shit that she reads out there, the more she understands how important it is to be protected.
Well, I explain to people that don't shoot, learning about or coming to guns for the first time, is you learn how to drive a car, right? Especially when you're dealing with adults. Because adults usually come into the situation with their mind already set one way. So I try and explain to them, you know, learning to use a firearm is like learning to use a car or use a equipment dolly or use a hammer, use anything else. It's just a tool. You know, now a car, you don't want anybody standing in front of your car while you're driving. You don't want anybody standing in front of your gun while you're shooting. You know, When you're driving a car, you need to pay attention all the time. Same with, you know, when you have a firearm in your hand, you need to constantly pay attention to what's going on around you. So I try and equate one to the other because driving a car is such a necessary skill now that everybody learns it. And at one time, using a firearm was just as much such a necessary skill. That's why everybody learned it. And if you want to keep people safe, learning how to use a firearm is the easiest way to keep them safe with firearms.
Just like that video that Neil put out today, which I love, man. The one that happened in, where was that? In St. Louis?
Yeah,
the
that guy in St. Louis was filming.
I'll let you put it out.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah, Cowboy.
Yeah, to give respect where it's due, I know Truth is sleep typing over here, but he did put a book out, so I wanted to throw that out, to take a look at it while you're in between your talking, while you're, sitting there listening, because, I mean, he put it out there for a reason, so at least look at it. And then my point is, but way back in the day, whether it was Cowboys Day or whatnot, every house used to have a house gun that sat on the dining room table. It was the house gun.
8 point, Cowboy.
Okay, the kids knew how to use it, but they weren't allowed to use it just to play with it. In other words, it was always there. They didn't think nothing about it, like a decoration. But if the kid is the one that got out of bed or whatnot to get a snack or whatever, and there was an intruder, he knew he didn't have time to wake mom and daddy. He took care of business.
And you know what? He never once thought of taking that shotgun to school and shooting his teacher now, did he?
No, he never even talked about it. They just never, it was just normal way of life.
That's right.
For some of us, buddy, I mean, we grew up in an era where taking your gun to school was, we're the last generation that happened in, right? But I grew up where people were taking their guns to high school because they were going out in the woods after school to go shoot deer or to go shoot squirrel, right?
Yeah.
Upstate New York like that.
Or you had gun club,
Yeah.
Gun club, right.
So, yeah.
And now, look, all they had to do to stop that was fake a couple of school shootings and put it on CNN.
Well, no, they've been working this long plan for a long time. So this has been part of their long game, was getting control of the education system, right? Because they had to change it, and they are even now with this Common Core.
Truth, you want to spend
more every day?
Anything, bro?
Well, not to make you a critical thinker, but to make you, a better slave.
Well, it started with women's lib.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, gosh. Just keep us barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, why don't you?
No.
I'm just teasing.
Behind it, yes, but it actually started around the First World War, really.
Yeah, I was just teasing.
I know, but even when you say that just teasing, it throws people off, because the real reason that the women's lib was brought in is so they would incorporate the women into the machine's workforce.
Yeah.
Because God forbid we have mothers, the most important job on the face of this planet. You can't have that. If you want the machine to raise your children, you've got to eliminate the mothers.
Yeah, it breaks down the family paradigm too, right?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, I was a stay-at-home mother even while she was going to college, and, our house was where the college kids came and hung out at. We were the cool house. So I firmly believe in, I think it's great when people can afford to have their mothers at home, because it sure helps with the family.
And now, since women's lib, since every mother is having to work, and since the economy has changed to the point where it takes two parents working to even be able to feed yourself, well, now you have no mothers, which is the most important job on the face of the planet, and now the machine raises your children and makes them serial killers.
Do you know how insulted, or how many times I've been insulted when somebody has said, oh, what do you do? Well, I'm a stay-at-home mother. Oh.
Yeah.
That's it?
Oh, yeah, that's it.
So you don't work?
Yeah, you don't work for the machine? You take care of your children? What's wrong with you?
And that's where you get back to the paradigm of the, damn it, I lost it, but it's the family paradigm of raising the next generation, right? The children being the future, and that's what you're focusing on, is the next generation.
Yeah, it's you know, there have been times where I've had to bite my tongue very hard to not say something.
I hear
That's
you.
That's the brainwashing of society.
It is.
It was a brilliant plan,
Mhm.
right? They couldn't, they had to figure out, how do we tax, the other 50% of the population, right? And then it's a twofold, because if they get the woman in the workforce, tell her that's her place, they can tax them, and then the children are free game for the propaganda machine. So they indoctrinate the children in the schools. Now out here, kindergarten is all day. So they get these, young kids, and they have them for 8 hours a day to put the propaganda in their minds.
Well, that's
and
what
we all
Hitler
know.
said. Yeah, that's what
we all
Hitler
know,
said. Get them while they're young.
Yeah, but we all that are parents know that the most important years are those early years.
Well, those years are flown by the state now.
You can't get down on guys and families that, the wife is working and the husband stays at home too. And that's a paradigm shift that we have to be able to accept.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a problem either. What happens what's wrong with the male being home at some point to teach the children as well?
I think if the dad is suited to it, wants to do it, the mother wants to be the one that works, I think that's a great opportunity for the father. I think that's excellent. Sometimes, a lot of times, it's just how the family dynamic works best. You got to work with the people in the family.
I don't mind if the father raises the child or the mother raises the child. Either way is fine with me. I just don't want the state raising the child.
It takes a
Remember what
community
Obama said,
to raise a
that
child.
child's-
It takes a freaking village to raise kids.
Yeah, the children belong to.
I want my village to raise my children. I don't want the state village to raise them.
Exactly.
But don't the children belong to us all now? I mean, isn't that what they're trying to tell us?
I don't repeat that Agenda 21 stuff. Even jokingly, even sarcastically, I don't repeat their program and agenda. I don't ever say it. It doesn't come out of my mouth.
It makes me so angry that they're trying to brainwash everybody into believing that that is a normal thing, and just trying to take away the importance of the family unit.
And I think that's where we also have opportunities to organize locally. Like, I want to possibly see, in my area we have a lot of children, so I want to start a parent committee where we get together and talk about things before things blow up, especially with teenage stuff that goes on around here. We need to learn to take care of ourselves and organize committees and groups ourselves, and not worry about the government taking care of things like that for us too.
That sounds like a lot of work. That sounds like it might actually take effort and energy. Who wants to do that? They'd rather have the state do it for them.
Yeah, but we were never taught those kind of things in school growing up. I mean, we were taught more individualistic goals, right?
Well, no, see, and that's it. I guess it depends upon your age, because when I was growing up, we were still very nationalistic, community orientated. Where we're in it together. We were making America was great, and we were continuing helping it be great together. As I was growing up as a kid, So it is
now.
Yeah, you see that as the company lines per se, but as soon as you get into the workforce and especially you get into like something like lower management, you start to see what life really is and how companies actually function and how money really, you know.
Mm-hmm. That's why I've stayed out of the corporate world my whole fucking life, because I saw a glimpse of it, and all I saw was my own self-made hell, and I wasn't diving into it.
Yeah, same here. I got into lower supervisory and lower management and just went, you know what, this is not for me. I'll never do it again unless I'm doing my own company.
Yeah, and that's the thing, I'd rather do my own gig or just swing a hammer, you know? Because you never have to worry about the corporate garbage when you're doing construction, most of the time.
No, you just have to worry about unions and if you're in those. And
I don't do unions either. Because they're nothing more than another kind of corporation, just this one's robbing you all the time. Back in the day, they may have been useful, but right now, they're just another part of the corporation, and they got their hand in your pocket and your boss's pocket.
It's like everything else. Everything starts out good, and then somebody's got to corrupt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Apparently.
And that's why Jefferson spoke the way he did about how there should be a revolution every generation. Sorry, Chad.
No, that's all right. Anybody who's in California, you might want to look at Mount Shasta, the volcano. There's reports of a glacier breaking off, which I don't understand. I'm just reading the headline. Glacier breaks off Mount Shasta volcano in North California on mud flow. So is either Mount Shasta erupting or
warming up?
I don't get it. But again, I'm just repeating it to anyone who's in California. Look at Mount Shasta, see what's going on.
What's this head? Cowboy's been bringing up the headline down here in his window. What's that?
This is our local news about Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
You want to hear it?
Sure. What are they saying?
You want to just give us an update?
Makers to take action on
just let you hear
climate change and hundreds
Well, no, hey, Cowboy, you can't let us hear it.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Just tell us what's going on.
It's okay. Just put your spin on it. You listen and you tell us what you got from it when you're done. You know what I mean?
Well, I just keep I don't really listen to everything they say anyways. I just have it on mute most of the time, and I just watch the headline, and a picture tells you 1,000 words, man. There's a bunch of people out there doing something. They got protesters, cameras.
Well, I know the protest was going on in New York. They actually sent a couple of buses from Toronto here to New York with protesting climate change or something.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do nothing wrong. I was just trying to throw it out there.
No, it's not. You weren't doing nothing wrong, brother. It's just that YouTube gets crazy when you show other people's stuff or
we might get thrown off.
Yeah.
One time
because I just knew it was live. It's public access, so it was like, yeah.
One time, Yo had a freaking song in the background. They threw him off on a live chat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I apologize.
It's all good, brother. You didn't know.
Yeah, for the most part, it's music and copywritten music that they go after. They have an algorithm that kind of kicks it out if they don't recognize music.
I just thought because it was news, it was public access.
Well, I've learned to be careful with it, at least on that kind of stuff, and I'd rather hear your take on it than some fucking moron on TVs.
Well, I mean, it's like, they're telling everybody, we advise you to stay in your house. That's bullshit. They're telling you it's lockdown.
Yeah, they already did that in Ferguson. They already shut down that neighborhood.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Tell me I can't go out at midnight. You can kiss my American white ass. If I want to go see my buddy, huh?
That's what they did. Lady couldn't even go to the doctor's office because they blocked her whole house with bricks and blocks and yada 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 and I still can't.
There's remedies to that.
And there are. And the thing is, when you think about it, all the things we talk about all the time, and I was talking to the wife about it earlier today. It's gotten to this point because nobody's done anything. We've constantly let them do it, right? So we all saw what happened in Watertown during the Boston bombing, and now they're doing it all over the country. They're just locking places down. You know, they don't give a fuck. It's not going to happen in one big wave. It's going to happen in small shit like this. One guy is closing down a whole community. That's fucking ridiculous. Especially when it's not shooting at, you know, civilians. He's shooting at the occupying force.
Yeah, and when you're doing a perimeter, why do you need to set up such a large perimeter? Like, I understand bullets fly and they fly far, but you only need to do a couple houses out. You don't need to do a whole neighborhood.
Well, they don't when they really do need SWAT, right? You ever see them go take a house? Then they clear out the house to the left, house to the right, and then they do their thing. You know, so under real threats.
Just check the chats real quick. There's something funny, I guess.
Oh, yeah? Those boys are always lighting it up in the lounge.
They're just practicing, that's all.
Oh.
They're practicing.
Mindfuck's right. About some of the shit he's saying. Shasta sounds like a venereal disease.
Whereabouts do you read these comments? Sorry, guys.
Oh, over on YouTube?
Oh, okay, on the YouTube channel, okay.
Either one, I guess.
You can do it here, too, can't you now? I think you can. You go over to the toolbox.
No, not toolbox. You go over to the very top one. It should be a blue or white like cloud with like lines in it. You put your cursor on it, and it'll say chat. You hit that, and then the sidebar open up with all the chats that we've been talking behind your back with.
Yeah, but that's the internal. I think if you can also look at the external.
Oh.
If you try checking the chat box.
Well, Kelly did. She said something about outer comment, save America's liberty, something. Just read it.
SAL wants a invite?
Oh, there's a thing for comment tracker in the Hangout toolbox.
Yeah, no, that was just an interesting comment that I put in there. I just found it interesting.
It was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, Save American Liberty's a funny guy.
Do we have room?
Yeah, you can send Save if he wants to come in. I think
spot.
G actually didn't G put a
Hey,
big
Sal,
one in the original, so yeah.
Sal,
Yeah,
you want an invite?
Yeah, there's one spot.
And Sonora also brings up a good point. Look at what Christopher Dorner did to California. You know, caused mass hysteria in California. You know, again, one guy. So they love pushing out this one guy and causing a whole area to go nuts.
And have you actually read his manifesto?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a liberal. He was a crazy left-wing liberal, and nobody wants to admit that shit.
Yeah, but we call him crazy, but, you know, what part of that was actually true? Like, how many people call us crazy for talking about what we're talking about, right?
True story.
Everybody in my family. And all my friends.
I'm sorry, but I read it, and no, I don't buy it. I don't buy that. I do not think he wrote that. I do not think that's what was written intentionally. I think that was propaganda put out to demonize anyone like him. It just didn't make sense. I'm sorry. To read it, it didn't make sense.
To me, it made sense in the fact of how administration fucked him over because he wasn't willing to toe the thing.
Yeah, and then he conveniently had to throw in there about a couple of fake items that didn't even ever happen, that he was, you know, feeling some way about. It just didn't make sense. I mean, but who knows? I mean, who knows at this point? We're so far past the point of logic and sense that it's hard to know what is really going on anymore.
Hey,
Okay, gentlemen, I've been up for 36 hours, so I'm going to go to sleep or go to bed here. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I've had really appreciated the chat there, really enjoyed it, and you guys all have a good night, okay?
Rest well and be well.
Take care.
Take care, man.
Yep, God bless.
Hey,
Thanks
Mario.
for representing Canada.
What up, everybody?
Hey, hey.
Mario.
What up, Chad?
Hey, Mario.
Going, bro?
So what's going on? What's new with you guys?
Oh, we're just in the middle of this thing called life, trying to figure out the best way to survive it.
And we're live in case you didn't know.
That's cool.
We are live, as live as it gets.
You're on candid camera, bro.
But I'd like to know the real with that Christopher Dorner situation, because the fact that not only is the state of California shooting innocent people who don't even fit the description. I'm sorry, 2 elderly white women, how do you get one big black male out of that? I'm just curious. But I guess they're so scared it doesn't matter. They just open fire on any truck that happens to fit the description. I mean, is this what cops really are? I'm sorry, I know some people have respect for cops. I'm not one of them. But I just don't understand. Are these people such pussies now that they shoot at anything that scares them, like a dog?
It's a beta test. It started with, you know, unconstitutional DUI checkpoints, you know, and it's just progressed on to now, you know, a liquor store is robbed and they shut down, you know, the whole town. Goes into martial law looking for, you know, some sort of a robbery suspect, and they stop everybody and check their trunks, and you know, I mean, it's absurd. And as long as they do it in little increments, people are like, oh, well, that's reasonable. Yeah, I guess.
Exactly.
You know, it's for the children.
A certain percentage go into a state of paranoia and automatically go into a state of acceptance of agreement, right?
Yep. Got to keep them in fear so that their mind gives up. They put their hands up in their head and just give up. That's what the fear is about.
Oh, you're going to keep me safe? Okay.
Exactly. Right. And I like safety. I'll pay for safety. Even at the expense of my security or my freedom, I'll pay for that because I want safety.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a quote about that and how that's not good.
Yeah, there is. But I'll tell you what, I'll tell you a quote you haven't heard because I just made it up. But safety is an illusion. Safety is an illusion. And if you don't believe safety is an illusion, ask any dead person. Ask them how safe they thought they were before they died. Safety is an illusion. Your government cannot provide it. The state can't provide it. You can't even provide it. There might be an asteroid on the way right now to impact Earth, and there ain't a damn thing anybody can do about it. Safety is an illusion.
But I would like somebody to tell me if there's an asteroid.
What would you do about it? What if you knew?
What if I knew?
What are you going to put your head between your legs? What are you going to say, a prayer? What are you going to do?
No, I'm going to tell those that I love one last time that I love them.
Okay, understand that. But, I mean, you're not going to change the event, right? It's still going to eliminate you.
Whoa. No.
Sorry.
Okay, be conscious of your background noise. Why is that so hard?
No, I'm just going to, you know, let those people that I love know one last time that I love them.
And you know, focus on the stuff that really matters instead of the stupid material crap. Right?
Yeah. You know, there's nothing I could do about it, but...
I could care less about an iPhone 6 when I could maybe, you know, spend a couple of hours watching movies with my kids, you know, one last time.
Yeah,
no,
you know,
that just came in, it was a big, huge anaconda. My nephew posted it.
Sound like you're mixing music.
I was going to say, you know, if I had enough time, I would drive down and spend the last few hours with my daughter and husband, and you know, but if I didn't have that much time, at least a phone call.
It won't matter because you notice that anytime a near-Earth object passes really close, they only tell you about it after it is already passed.
Exactly.
I know, and that's why I said I would like to know the truth.
Yeah, I would too, but we're not going to get it, not from them.
For the most part, you have to follow the underground chatter of the astrophysics, like.
Exactly. Exactly.
You see them.
CNN ain't gonna tell you.
It's like them. If you see a bomb expert start to run, you're gonna run. You know.
Right. Oh, it's a trip.
Good point.
We could always send Bruce Willis up there to freaking blow it up.
Okay, everybody got quiet.
I wish we had a fictional character to come and save us, and I don't care if you name him Jesus or Isa or Muhammad. I don't care. Easter Bunny, whatever. I wish something was coming to save us, but the truth is, nothing is. It's only us here. This is up to us. If you want to survive, that's up to you. No one's coming to save you. No one.
Now, don't make me not believe in Superman.
Hey, you can believe whatever fictional character you like. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Yeah,
it's
you
relevant to reality too.
You brought
it's
up
the worst of times. It's the best of times.
Yeah, you brought up Superman and all the history I know about Superman comics and all that. I never know Superman killed anybody.
Well, I want him to come save everybody.
I guess the new movie, he killed somebody in the movie, not in real life.
He killed General Zod.
Fictional characters, folks. Fictional characters. You
No,
understand?
I was just putting out a point. You know, like all these things were like at a basic thing. Now they're like wide open.
Has anybody seen the new Captain America movie?
No, I haven't.
No,
I've heard about it.
I want to get it. Damn.
Everybody should go see that dang movie. It'll blow your mind.
So you really like it, didn't you, Reb? Told you.
I didn't just like it. It's one of the best movies I've seen ever.
Now you want a Captain America tattoo, don't you?
No. My son has a shirt though. I will say that. But no, it was amazing. It's a long friggin' movie, and of course there's the corny Hollywood, things going on. But the overall message will blow your mind.
What is the moral? What's the overall message of the story?
I don't want to. That would be a total spoiler alert. It's at Redbox. Go friggin' rent it, and then we can talk after you've seen it.
Okay.
Well, see, we'll have to talk offline because I already read the comic books, right? Because I've always been a comic book guy. So when Winter Soldier first came out, the whole storyline, yeah. So we'll talk after.
I'll just say this, for those of you that have kids who've seen the new Lego movie, it's kind of along the same lines as far as, wow, okay.
Yeah, some of that stuff in that movie, I'm like, wow, they're actually coming out with that as like a storyline. It's like, holy crap. Like, right in your face, Illuminati, fuck you.
State-sponsored propaganda.
Exactly.
And if you look at all movies, especially, okay, you can only look where you're at, but if you look back 10, 20 years, you look at the movies and the TV shows that have been put out, you would see that all of those indoctrination has prepared you to accept the nonsense that you call reality now. So the new movies that are coming out today, that's going to be the nonsense you call reality tomorrow.
Yeah, see, I watch a lot of independent stuff anyways, so. Like a lot of the Hollywood crap is for the most part, you have to read between the lines, right? It's entertainment for the most part. It's just entertainment value.
But it's not. It's programming.
That's the funny thing is how they do the programming don't always realize what they're doing, because like Marvel Comics is a perfect example. For a long time, they were very anti-establishment, right? So a lot of their older storylines, when you start looking into shit from the X-Men and shit from the comic books, and people think they're just comic books. What are you talking about? But there were real subversive storylines in these things.
Exactly.
Right? And now people don't even realize it when they're throwing it up as a Hollywood production that it still has its subversive undertones. And as probably one of the reasons why Reb likes Captain America so much. But it's, these are all, I mean, a lot of them, I should say, not all of them, but are very subversive. And you have to pay attention to the message.
Yep, and those that were subversive in the beginning got co-opted so that now those same things that were subversive now support the state agenda.
Well, they can, that's for sure. That's definitely a possibility, but it doesn't always happen. That's another...
Or was somebody in the state smart enough to realize what the social monologue or dialogue was and learn to roll with it, right?
Yeah, they do that, by the way. Yeah, I've seen that personally. They do that. They watch us, see what we say, and then incorporate our words into their agenda. That's why there's social media, by the way.
I was reading an article where they said, because the third Captain America that's coming out, supposedly Captain America dies in the third one.
I just want to say this out loud. If I see one more company steal one of my tweets for their fucking marketing campaign, I don't care if you're Vimo or not, I see one more company do that, you'll never hear another word from me. Think up your own shit.
Uh-oh, that sounds like something serious happened.
I'm just sick of it.
Can we elaborate on that, or do you care to elaborate at all? Or
Vimo, watch your TV. Vimo's telling you if a picture's worth 1,000 words, then how much is a video worth? Scroll back 6 months in my Twitter timeline and you'll see that exact tweet. Maybe it's just coincidence, but I've seen it enough times where I know better.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're taking stuff that people are putting up and using it as their own...
Exactly. It saves them from doing the work because they don't have any smart people. And it brings the people like us on board because it sounds like the machine is saying what we're saying, huh?
And if you're somebody who is just out there tweeting and you get your tweet up there, they're like, oh, somebody used my tweet, I'm going to follow them and become basically a...
pirate.
Okay.
Well, like I said, they can think of their own themes and memes because I'm not here to do it for them.
Not unless they're going to be paying you all the money.
Even if they were, I wouldn't do it for all their money. That's
one of the shitty parts that I was talking about.
Pay people like me to do it for them. You
it
can't.
happens
True.
all the time. Somebody steals your idea and runs with it, right?
Hey, somebody can steal this idea because Brian asked in the chat room if we have a coined phrase, and yeah, it's fuck. We try to say fuck as much as possible on here because it really aggravates people. Sometimes people say we're stupid, all the rest. So.
I thought it was shoot 'em in the nuts was the Green Dragon logo. Shoot 'em in the nuts.
No, that's my personal logo.
I like that one.
No, I thought we had to coin phrases. That's what I was asking. Don't we have to coin a phrase now?
Shoot 'em in the nuts.
Fucking
hey, what's up, HD? Is football over?
What are you guys so happy about?
That you're over, HD?
Because you showed up.
Well.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Oh, he dropped out. He'll be back.
Yeah, I hear something.
Dropped out. Yeah, we can hear you.
I was goading him on Twitter, telling him to get in here, so hopefully that provoked him.
Well,
no, not yet.
Oh, triples.
Wow.
everybody speak at once.
Hello, darkness, my friend.
Wow.
Yeah, Mike
I haven't heard that in a while.
No doubt.
He'd been practicing earlier.
Do you see the power of memes? Do you see the power of words? How I can say that one little phrase. I don't have to explain it. Everybody knows. You get the whole gist. You get the entire meme in a flash, in an instant. That's how powerful words are.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that's why music is so powerful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
And John Lennon.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give him that.
No matter what format it's presented in, no matter whether it's country, rap, what have you, it's still the meaning behind the lyrics, for the most part, is poetic and has either personal meaning or even societal meaning, right?
Poetry? That's for fags.
Gives you emotions.
I guess I'm a fag then.
Well, if you knew me, that you'd know why that was funny that I said that. That was a joke.
Okay, what's the true meaning of a fag? The true meaning.
A bundle of sticks.
No,
It
it's
used to be a
not.
measurement. It's a measurement.
No, it means you're happy.
No, that's gay.
That's gay.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
No.
it. Yeah, sorry. Okay,
No, the
yeah.
one that you said was a measurement of a bundle of sticks, I believe.
And that comes from, and I think that comes from, you know what, think about that stuff. You're using your brain instead of your brawn, and you're not physical, meaning you're not machismo, right?
Yeah, and Kelly's right. That is the original meaning of the word fag, is a bundle of sticks for firewood.
And do you know why? Do you know what its original? It was used. The first way it was used, like it's like a nickname, was for cigarettes, because all you were doing was smoking a bundle of sticks.
Right.
That's why even over in Britain, you still get people asking for a fag.
Right.
They don't
I
mean
did
a
not know
blowjob.
that.
They
Yeah.
meant a cigarette.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's very
Damn,
interesting.
I learned
to know.
something today.
There you
And
go.
they used to call a period of time, the 1890s used to be called in America at least the gay 90s, right? It didn't mean that everybody would, men and women were running around with each other. No, it meant it was supposed to be a happy time of the nation. That's why they called it the gay 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were very prosperous. We were industrially, we were making advances daily, it felt like, especially at that time, right? They just came up with electricity, the telephone and telegraph, and all that shit was coming and working and going forth.
And then they turned it. Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
And then they turned it into a psychedelic flag. That's no offense to nobody, but that's what they did. They twisted. They changed the meaning.
Yeah, they did. They changed the meaning of the word. That's for sure. And the same with the rainbow flag. Before, during even the 60s, the rainbow flag was to mean all-inclusive for everybody, right? And now I guess we can call it the gay agenda, has taken that as a symbol of its own and run with it.
Yeah.
But any movement has to have some type of symbol in order to move forward, right? It has to have its symbolism and
I just wish we could get Americans to rally around the Gadsden flag the way that the homosexuals and the LGBT, whatever community, have rallied around that rainbow flag. Because when you think about it, it's 2% of the population has gotten this country to make real changes. I don't believe they're really good, but they are real changes in some way, in a lot of ways.
That's very true. Whether you agree with them or not, they have power in what they are doing.
And we, because we can't get ourselves together into any kind of a cohesive group, right, can't get these things accomplished. Because, I mean, if you look at it, there's 400 million guns in this country, right? So let's say everybody has 4 guns. That's still 100 million people. If you could get them to get together on one agenda, we would be able to get a lot of shit done. But we're not. And we're not willing to fight it. We're too busy.
And Mule, why? Because the power of belief. Even those 80 million gun owners that own more than one guns, yeah, that is true. That exists. But yet they all believe something different. And so they're not a cohesive force. They are controlled and governed by their beliefs, whether they be fictitious or not. It doesn't matter. As long as you believe something, Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. Once you believe it, you're done. You're done. It has to be true for you because you were dumb enough to believe it. But it doesn't matter. As long as you believe it, then it's true for you. And that's how they segregate and divide and conquer everybody with beliefs. And they do it with words. They don't do it with guns or whips or any overt, forcibly perceivable control. No, they do it with words. Such a subtle, innocuous little thing that you don't think even matters, and yet it's controlling you.
Right.
And that's what scares me. Like I said, bring ISIS on. Please. Give me target practice. Bring these people on. Please. But don't tell me how scary they are and expect me to be scared, because I'm not buying it. Now, if they want to fight, you know where we're at. Come and get it.
Yep.
Well, and that's the funny thing. Fear can be a good thing, and a lot of times fear is a bad thing because they try and feed on our irrational fears. You know what I mean? The being afraid of a spider, right? A 300-pound man being afraid of a spider is kind of it's an irrational fear. You know, you can kill that thing with an offhand motion, and yet you're deathly afraid of it and will run away from it like a little girl. And they feed on that kind of thing in other ways. They don't put giant spiders outside, but they do put up these pseudo enemies like ISIS and the North Koreans and the Libyans and Ebola and everything.
Exactly. Mule, the mental spiders. That's what they're throwing out there, is the mental black widows.
The mental phobias.
That's a good term for it, actually.
I've been afraid to run into places, to do things, and fear can be conquered, right? But irrational fear, that's harder to conquer. When you're afraid of getting shot, right? The guys who've seen the elephant or say people who've gone into combat or done crazy stuff, and they do it willingly, they face and address their fear to be able to accomplish their goal.
Like Kennedy said, the only fear we have to fear is fear itself.
Right, and that's what they're working on, is the fear itself. That's what we have in America today, is fear itself. Because we don't really need, even after 9/11, we didn't need to be afraid of anybody else in the fucking world. We still have how many nuclear weapons? The largest military in the world. Who are we really fucking afraid of? Right? But when all you live in is this irrational fear all the time, oh, the boogeyman's going to get me, or the Ebola's going to get me, or this is going to get me, or that's going to get me. You end up getting burned out on that irrational fear. At least I did.
That's the key. That's the key word. Boogeyman. They gotta have a boogeyman.
What's up, Mario?
What's up, Mule? Just chugging on some brewskis.
Right. So what do you think, HD?
What do I think about what? You guys are all over the place.
Guys, I'm gonna jump. I got a long day tomorrow, so I am gonna go to bed.
Hey, when are you heading back to Illinois?
I will be there the 11th, I believe.
Oh, okay, so you got a while. All right.
Yeah, just a bit. So I will talk with you guys later. Thanks for the interesting night. Good conversation. I enjoyed it.
Later, Kelly. Good night, Kelly.
See some of you tomorrow. Night.
Later, Mike.
So I got a question for you, HD. Who should get Sonora Desert Preppers jerky? Me or Third Op or Rebel?
Oh, that's an alternative.
I ain't getting in the middle of that business. Your love triangle's on your own.
That's my jerky. My elk jerky.
That's an easy friggin' question because
I can get jerky at a Rebel in like a month, so just stand by.
See.
Oh,
well, I was gonna say if Sonoran Desert Prepper sends me some, I'll share it with HDP.
Oh, you fucking bastard!
So he can kill two birds with one stone right there.
So just
if he would share his recipe with us, we'll be good, Rebel. Hopefully.
Yeah. So you guys are going elk hunting, I hear, huh?
Have you been listening to the whole video chat there, Desert? I don't know. Desert, can you hear me?
HTP. Yeah, we have a few deserts, cowboys. So when you want to tell, you got to call them HTP or High Desert Pioneer, because we have
Okay.
Sonora Desert Prepper. We have there's a few.
Oh. Well, the one with the blue flag behind him with the baseball cap.
Right.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah. That's
Yeah. Have you been watching the whole video chat?
No, I just popped in. Chad begged me to come in, so I did.
See, I poked him on Twitter. I told you.
Oh, because I was going to say, that's what he's wanting. Just any input about anything we talk about.
Oh, right.
Anything. Or anything that's on your mind.
No, I didn't catch what he was talking about. I was giving Mule a hard time because he's got OCD, so he can't stay on target.
We were talking about ISIS, Ebola, the borders,
Yeah,
prepping,
right.
kind of.
Same old stuff.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, it's just because everybody gets all amped up on the. I mean, I'm not afraid of ISIS. I'm really not. I'm as afraid of the British government as I am of ISIS.
British.
Well, ISIS is gonna be in for a rude awakening, because once they start selecting their targets, like right now they're just doing recon missions out there now, and they're just reconning, seeing the high value targets and stuff like that, and they're gonna get them.
Well, Mario, here's the problem, right? This ISIS. I mean, if they want to destroy ISIS, they need to go bomb Saudi Arabia. Okay. They don't even need to fuck around in Iraq. Yeah, you want to fuck around with ISIL, ISIS, whatever. You want to destroy their infrastructure. You want to destroy their leadership. Go bomb the Wasabis in fucking Saudi Arabia. Because
I guess you guys don't get it. ISIS is Al Qaeda, which was the Mujahideen, which is always funded by the CIA because they need a boogeyman to kill everybody.
No, hold on a second. Hold on a second,
Rebel.
He's right about that. He's right about that.
It's not funded. We say it's funded by the CIA. No, that money, I mean, it may go through black, fucking accounts of the CIA, but it all comes from Saudi Arabia, right?
The big bank.
All this shit.
Bandar Bush?
Well, with a roundabout way with oil, yeah, I guess you're right.
But not just the oil. You start looking at where these people get their religious theology, the people that are being put to the head of these supposed organizations to make us afraid, right? These are all wasabis. These are all have heavy ties to the Saudis and the fucking royal family. But nobody ever wants to talk about that.
Bandar Bush. Look into Bandar Bush.
Mm-hmm. Well, look at the whole Bush family and their connections to Saudi Arabia. It's not even funny.
All you have to do is know that everything that you know is a lie, and then you'll be halfway right.
Right.
So I hear some people are doing some training here soon.
Hopefully.
Isn't everybody always training all the time?
Well, in the house.
Wherever, it doesn't matter, right?
Not for a country boy.
Anyway, dead air. This is a live chat, people. Dead air.
I'm just waiting for hunting season. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold up, Mario.
Let me do a quick shout out to the room, because G's obviously doing something else at the moment. Hopefully he hasn't fallen asleep. Sonora Desert Prepper, what's up? Yeah, we all say that. Same thing. Good comment. Gerald B's out there. Stan Ulch is out there. Kansas Hillbilly Prepper, what's up, Kansas? How you doing, buddy? How you feeling? Glad to see you out there. Allah Akbar in Chinese means polar bear. I did not know that.
Chinese.
Fucking Sonora. He always cracks me up. Time Wave Stu's out there. What's up, Stu's at Mind Fucks Matrix? Save American Liberty. Johnny Mastered aren't done. What's up, Johnny? And yeah, I'll talk to you. Brian Key, I don't know if he's still in here, but he's still out there. Truth is coming in and coming out every once in a while, and I think I'm all caught up. Double check.
Hey, guys.
Lots of good comments. Hey, who's that?
So,
Is that Kansas?
that's Kansas.
What's up, Kansas?
I decided to step in because I got to say something on this ISIS thing. I believe it's just a bunch of bullshit.
Word.
Thing is, they got ever since ISIS came out, everybody's quit going out and doing any standing out on the curbs, doing any kind of protesting, doing any kind of standing up. They just quelled everything by getting ISIS to go. Think about it.
Yep.
Everything's been quiet.
Well, wasn't
But
there
this
still...
ISIS
Sorry.
No, I think you're what you're going to say. I think there's been protests because this ISIS thing's been going since like May.
Yeah,
Just,
well, okay. When they came out was whenever
I don't know.
basically down there in Missouri where they were having the protests. They killed that guy at the biggest part of it when they first started standing out and doing something. The minute they killed that guy, everybody quailed down. I mean, it was like within 4 to 5 days, everything was over in Missouri. Things have been...
There's
some going on, but there's not really anything big. There are no big groups.
Oh.
And that's just my thought. I mean, that's just my thought on it.
We have the largest military in the world, and in order to justify that, they need a boogeyman. And today's boogeyman is ISIS.
Exactly.
Tomorrow it'll be Christians and Santa Claus and everything else, the Tooth Fairy, Easter Bunny, and Americans will just suck it up. Please protect me. Here's my liberty and freedoms. Please protect me.
Exactly. And the more ISIS the more we shut up and start going, please protect us. You know.
The bigger picture is you have to destroy the money or the dollar so that they can continue to make money off of us. And with war, that's the way you destroy currency. So they've got to have that loss in order to keep the currency propped up.
Now they got to have a way of making a loss. So that's where it's at.
Yeah, but was the dollar not destroyed internally by forces that were working in political forces back in the day? You know what I mean? Already by switching to a petrodollar versus the gold standard.
Right, but they're keeping it propped up by having an endless war, and that destroys. So that way, debt isn't destroyed. They have to pump up the debt to keep the dollar propped up. So that's the way to do it.
It's all a setup. It's all a roundabout setup, and the worst part of it is our government's got a part of it. You know damn well they're a part of all that shit, and they're causing our people to get killed. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we don't have a government representing the people anymore. We have a corporation representing themselves.
Yeah, that's it. But I'm just saying, I just don't feel that I'm not scared of ISIS, and there's no, but a lot of people are. I hear it everywhere. I mean, while I was in the hospital, I heard nurses everywhere. ISIS this, ISIS that. Every TV was turned on to ISIS. It was like,
really?
Yeah, I mean, just fear. Everybody's like, oh dear, the ISIS. I mean, you hear them everywhere. I mean, I was in the hospital, and that's all I heard continuously.
Well, like they say, fear is the reaction of the unprepared. So, that is what it is. Nobody's prepared for it. People are prepared to defend themselves.
Yeah, we was talking about that earlier. Just about basic normal stuff, they're not prepared.
Yeah, that's like Ebola. It doesn't take a whole lot to prevent it, but people don't understand just basic how it could work. How to protect themselves.
Hygiene. But I mean, there's also another part of it. It also shuts down God, and they've been trying to shut down God. Why? Because God has morality. Morality causes, upstanding, whatever, on such people. You get the other half of that, you get chaos.
Well, you get to worship the state if you don't worship God.
Exactly. And for the same reason they had to get those mothers out of the house, they had to get God out of your morality. out
Yeah.
of your mindset.
And they just took them out of the airports here just a couple of days ago, you know. So, you know.
Yeah, they took the Pledge of Allegiance, God, everything out.
Yep. They're going to end up taking everything away. It's just a slow process, and they want to take God out of it. And if they can take God away, and see, that's what we got to fight for, because it's going to come down to a pretty much a
There will be a new commandment, and thou shalt have no God before the state.
Exactly.
Ain't that happening?
It is happening.
Stalin and Lenin already tried that. It didn't work out so well. If we're going to try
well,
that same
this time we got
experiment, it's not going to work out well for us either.
No, I'm just saying they're trying to do that now, or it's in practice with them.
Yeah, they're doing it.
There's no better way to have a genocide than doing that.
And I know you guys, or most of you guys, know that I don't subscribe to religion. I don't think that religion is valuable. It doesn't mean I don't believe that there's a God or something else here besides us.
I think
it's period. If you don't have faith, then you're seriously missing the moral.
Yeah, I think a lot of these churches, or most of them, or whatnot, I think they just turned into a profit foundation.
Yep. They said 50% right now are bought off, and soon to be 65%. The thing is, the only way we can fight it is we got to get up here and we got to start saying who we are and what we're about, and stand up for our purpose. Damn. I just wanted to check in with you guys because you're on something I wanted to talk about.
Talk away.
Well, I still got to say this out loud. I'm sorry if it's offensive to people that I care about, but it's still true, so deal with it. Faith is what people who cannot see have to believe.
No, I just look at it. Why do I have to have blind faith in something? Why can't I?
Why do you think?
Why do I can have morals without having to have something to teach me morals?
Why do you think they call it blind faith?
If you don't believe in something, you'll fall for anything.
Well, faith is what people who cannot see have to believe. If I can see, I don't have to believe anything now, do I? You can tell me whatever story you want. Jesus, Easter Bunny, ISIS, whatever. Make up whatever story you want. But if I can see, I don't have to believe that, because I can see.
And I know I just died 3 times, and I know damn well there's a God somewhere.
Do you?
He did just die 3 times and come back.
Yeah, that happens. It's natural. So do you?
So he saw God.
Did you? Did you see God while you were dead?
I seen something while I was dead. I guarantee you there's another being. They
What
told
did you
me I had
see?
to go before. It wasn't my time yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that one's kind of hard to beat, isn't it?
No, Mule, it's not, because I can get him.
From a scientific point of view, you can look at it as you enter a dream state in your mind, and you interpret it as such.
But
exactly. And Mule,
you're not going to change his mind. You're not going to, whatever we want to believe.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying we're going
to. However we want to rationalize his experience, right? And I understand, the blood's leaving the brain, the synapses stop firing off on their last quest for energy, and I know I've read the same books everybody else has. I understand that. But I also know that when we die, we lose a piece of ourselves, right? A piece of the energy of who we are leave and go somewhere. And he experienced it. So whether we can talk about it, try and rationalize it, and work our way around it, he lived it. You're never going to change what my man's faith and beliefs are, especially after him high-fiving with somebody telling him to get his ass back down here.
That's awesome. That's great. That's a great little belief structure. But yes, I can beat it because I can give him DMT, Mule. I can give it to you. I can take it myself. And you guess what, Mule?
I know. And
guess what?
Yes,
Regardless,
I know.
regardless of belief, regardless of your little
realize
programming,
that,
it won't
but what
matter.
I'm saying is-
You will see creatures describing the fundamental functions of the universe to you, and they will not apply to your Christian background. Just the way if I give DMT to a Buddhist, he will not see Buddha. The Islamists will not see Muhammad. No, they will
Didn't
see
have
these
to just see
praying
it,
mantis
was a
creatures.
It was a feeling. It wasn't just a scene. It was a feeling. It was a. I mean, I was in a total hell until
I
that
give you
came up.
DMT, you will be there
I was
again
getting
in
beat
15
on
minutes.
because they were trying to get me alive, and
I
in my dream it was being beat on, and I was being beat up, and then all of a sudden it came down, and then they said it's just not your time yet.
Great.
Boom,
Sounds like a
right
DMT
back
trip to me. Sounds like a DMT trip to me, and I can give you DMT, and you'll experience the exact same thing in 15 minutes, no matter what you believe. Guess what?
Hey,
What's
Warrior.
that mean?
But there's a few things that are true, okay? Yes, okay, the chemical in the brains do give you a nice trip, right? But A, it can last longer than what a DMT trip does, and B, the reality of it is you do lose a certain amount when you die, when the soul, when whatever you want to call it, the energy leaves the body, the soul. I call it soul. When the soul leaves the body, right, there is a weight loss. You weigh one thing 1 second, you weigh another thing the next second. It's only grams that you lose.
31
That
grams.
energy goes, exactly, that energy goes somewhere. Where it goes, none of us can say because we have not been there. And we have not come back, right? So his experience, he was on the precipice of that. Now, whether it was a DMT trip or it really was, like you hear when people talk about how they're out of the body experience in the near-death experience, where the energy is leaving the body, and it is brought back to it.
The first two, I didn't have nothing. The third one was whenever I had it.
So I don't, and all I'm saying is I don't discount anybody else's belief system because I understand that we as human beings, a lot of us really need to believe something, and I have all my own ideas about everything, but nothing is unable to be changed. And that's where I have a hard time with beliefs, because beliefs have a hard time changing when you find out they might be wrong.
But I was told unity is the way to go.
Yeah,
There's
that's what
something
you were
about
told.
unity you need to do.
And that's, and I see people who utilize religion just as well as they utilize a corporation or they utilize a government structure in a negative way and to their own benefit. There's always going to be that group of any portion of any group that does that, right? And for a large part, we're all hypocritical to a certain degree. We have to admit it. Like we'll leave the car idling for a little while longer than we should, or what have you. Like that. Just simple things like that. But we're all hypocrites to a certain degree. Some of us more than others, right?
Welcome, Warrior.
Hey guys, how you guys doing tonight?
Warrior, what's up, brother?
What's up, Warrior?
What up, what up, what up?
Warrior.
The bottom line is, with DMT, that's the beautiful thing, is no matter what you believe, no matter how you've been programmed to operate in this dimension, no matter what your thoughts are, it doesn't matter. You can be a Christian, you can be a Buddhist, it doesn't matter. I can give you DMT and you will see these praying mantis creatures explaining the secrets of the universe to you. So it's irrelevant how you've been programmed. The reality that you come to when you see this has nothing to do with your Jesus or your Buddha or your Easter Bunny or your imaginary characters. It doesn't matter what you've been taught. You see a reality that is the same for all involved. What's that mean to you? How do you think that works? Why does everybody see the same thing? Why doesn't the Christian see Jesus? Why doesn't the Buddhist see Buddha? Why do they all see these praying mantis creatures that are describing the nature of reality to them? How can that be?
Guess what, Chad?
Well, you tell us.
Dude, I can't even. I can't even go to the.
But you get to believe in the praying mantis creatures from your DMT trip. right? Just like
why does everybody see that, Mule? I mean, if I believed one thing and you believed another, then we should take DMT and we should see what we each believe. I don't believe in praying mantis creatures that are designing the universe. I don't believe in that. But I take DMT and that's exactly what I would see, because apparently that's the nature of reality.
No, that's
what's DMT? I don't even know what DMT is.
That's what's scary. That's what's scary. I get so sick of having to explain every fucking.
DMT is a drug that your body produces in your brain.
Naturally from your pineal gland, but it's supposed to be like that. That's a substance that's released from your third eye.
Right. And what it is it can cause it helps in the dream state. It gets released in very small doses when you're sleeping and you're in a REM state and shit like that. And you can get it naturally from other sources, and by doing so, you go through a 15-minute. It's like an old school LSD or meth or mescaline trip or peyote trip, right? Where you get to see real hallucinations, but it's only 15 minutes long.
I took a hit of a joint where I was seeing fucking red and blue dots on the fucking walls.
But that's different. That's different. Okay, then there's hallucination.
Subconscious.
Yeah, and hallucinations are different than like just trippy, obscure eye shit, right? And believe me, it gets crazy out there.
Dude, I tell you one thing, man. I'm like, do you guys see what I'm seeing? I see red dots, blue dots, and they're all.
What you're trying to do, Mr. Penguin? I took some wild ass trips on acid.
Yeah. So, but there's, and I don't recommend it for everybody, but like Chad said, there is a common theme every time all the DMT people, there is a common theme, but there's not that same common theme through all the people that come back from a near-death experience. That's
not true. That's not true. Some people experience hell. Some people experience what they consider heaven. Some people experience
that's what he said.
Nothing at all.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what he said.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I missed that.
It's different, right? DMT, everybody's getting the same experience. Why? I don't know.
Exactly.
But I can tell you in the near-death because in the near-death experience, it's different. You know what I'm saying? And people do see different things, heaven, hell, whatever their particular, it's basically heaven or hell, whatever version of the religion.
Whatever you've been programmed to believe, right?
Yeah. But with DMT, it's different, right? DMT.
That's right. Very different.
It is. Now.
And the fact that everyone sees it, that's what interests me, is the fact that everyone sees the same thing. This must be a common thread in some reality if everyone can see the same thing. Because even here in this world, we don't all see the same thing. We look at the same event, we don't describe it the same way. We all see different stuff. We all perceive it, it's all different, blah, blah, blah. All this nonsense. I'm looking for what's real. What's really happening here. I don't care what I think is happening here. I want to know what's really happening here. And apparently...
What's really happening? Our government's fucking us over.
Well, yeah, that's the obvious, but...
Now, come on, they wouldn't do that.
They wouldn't do that? Oh, well, shit. You're right about that?
Yeah, they're not humans like us.
No, they aren't.
You mean you don't believe 2 + 2 is 5?
Not really.
Believe anything. I know.
I always thought it was. I always thought 2 and 2 was 6 because you get 2 boys and 2 girls, and then you end up with two kids,
That probably will pass in Common Core. That's probably an A+.
Now that might go along with 1 + 1 is 3.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys talk about that funny math that they try to... Yeah, the funny math.
Oh, that was terrible.
Consensus. As long as we all agree that it's that, then, that's what it must be.
People are turning this shit, our world into a shithole, and there's a damn thing we can do about it. We'll sit back, get enough bullets, and hope that we can outlive them all. But if we can unify people, we'd be in good shape.
And that's a big if, because that's what people have been trying to do for ages, right? The best.
But they've been trying to unify people under their ideology.
Yeah, well, we gotta unify them under our ideology, not theirs.
I don't have an ideology, and I'm not trying to unify anyone underneath of it. I want people to think for themselves, and if they can't do that, then they're already fucked.
Well, we got a choice. We can either let them keep fucking us, and keep, as long as we allow the people to continue on, then it's going to get worse for us, or either we get the people turned around to where we can turn it around on them. We have a choice.
I'd like to think that. I really would like to think that. I have thought that. I operate under that
understand where you're coming from. It's almost impossible. But the thing is, we have our choice. We either got to give it a shot to do so, or either everything we just sit down and everything's done for.
I agree 100%.
Just giving up.
The only thing that we can agree on, the only thing that we can unite as a people is that everybody's going to be different. And as long as we have that common thread where we're all going to have different values, we're all going to have different different beliefs, we're all going to have different ideologies, we're all going to have different everything. But one thing is, we know the mission. The mission is, we know there's something wrong. And we don't need faith to know that there's something wrong. We don't need an ideology. We know that there is a problem. There's a problem with the system that they're trying to oppress onto us. And a lot of us don't agree with that system. And we just need to put that, the differences that we have, we need to put that to the side and focus on the real problem. And the real problem is, and we all know what the problem is. What is the real problem? Well, I can start with the Federal Reserve. That's problem, to me, that's problem number one, is the Federal Reserve. We need to get the Federal Reserve out of here. We need to give them the boot, tell them, keep your debt, and fucking ship your debt back to England, ship your debt back to wherever the fuck you got this debt from.
I would say that we need to focus on the root of the problem to start off with. These people that sit at the top that dictate to us that we need to do things for them, especially redundant things that don't need to be done, that benefit nothing in society, and stop producing this crap and start focusing on the needs of the people instead of the needs of this very small chosen few.
Yeah. And Mario, for the first time probably ever, I agree with everything you just said, man.
Yep.
Whoa! Hey, I throw a nugget out there every once in a while.
I agree too, Mario.
Mind blowing.
High five, buddy.
No, I mean, you were saying it. You were saying a truth, and I recognize that. I'm pointing that out. I appreciate it.
There's certain topics that I won't bring up, and everybody knows my religious beliefs, and I don't bring it up because that's just a way to, I guess, divide people. I don't know. But don't get me wrong.
No,
I love to talk about religion, but there's certain people that you talk to religion with, and there's some people that you don't talk to religion with. And I try to find a commonality to, like, that's how you find friends.
That's why I commend your founding fathers, like in the States. You looked and saw that the separation of church and state was something that was a progressive thing. But, as after you formed it, you kind of, people's direction, I guess, or the societal subconscious kind of drifted back towards religion, I guess.
But we're still supposed to have the foundation there.
And then the separation between the two is completely gone now. When you start, we're a church, we need tax exemption. Oh, we'll sign whatever contract you want. Yeah, that puts you right back into it, putting both of them together.
Church.
Because they sweet coat it.
The church has its place, and the government has its place, and the church is something that we live every day. Like we have it's in our hearts, it's in our minds, and it's something that we follow. Now, don't get me wrong. Will I bring some of my morals into a conversation or into like, yeah, I'll bring it there, but I'm not a Bible thumper. I'm not gonna beat the dude over the head with the
you
Bible.
are. Get the fuck out of here. Yes,
I
you
can.
are.
Don't get me wrong. I can.
No, he's
I
not.
can be the best Bible thumper. But it's not. It's first of all, it's not up to me to convert people to Christianity. It's up to that person to want to be a Christian.
Sure.
If the person doesn't want to be a Christian, they don't want to be a Christian. I'm not gonna hate them. I'm not gonna hate them if they don't have the same views that I have. I'm always gonna show them love.
See, the thing is, if you're a douche as a person, you're going to be a douche as a whatever religion you're going to be in. It's just your character, right? And if you're a good guy, you're going to be good in whatever religion you're in.
But we need to find commonality. We need to find out.
I
agree. To me, Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve's number one. Taking away your guns. Well, actually, 1A and 1B is guns. Like, there's no way we like. I'm a big proponent on the Second Amendment, and free speech. I'm a big proponent. Like, that's just what I believe in.
Yeah, we all like the Bill of Rights. And that's that we do have commonality once people understand what the rights that whatever religion or whoever you decide gave you those rights, right? Because I look at it as like these are the rights described in the Bill of Rights is the basis for everybody. Every human being should have those rights, and it's given to you by your Creator. And whoever you decide is your creator, whether it was your dad, God, a giant praying mantis in the sky, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Because we all have the same rights. And when I look at it, when I look at that all men are created equal, I look at it as men and as in mankind. And that's just an acknowledgement by those people and telling the government they need to continue to acknowledge these rights that are self-evident.
Yeah, the things that you feel deep in your soul that you know to yourself to be truthful,
Yeah, but the people that try to infringe on our rights, those are the people that I have problems with. The ones that try to, go in there and decapitate.
The controllers.
Exactly. And Mario, I would never come to your house and try and pull some shit to force you not to believe in what you believe in. I would never do that. It would just never even occur to me on a natural timeline.
Same here, bro.
I know, but the people who we're talking about, they are very, very insistent on getting everyone to believe exactly what they put out. And that's the difference in control.
Statists are no different than the religious, right? They just worship a different god.
Same thing. Exact same thing, Mule. Exact same thing. Yeah.
And there's plenty of people who the only god they worship is wealth or money or whatever.
Right. Mammon. Right? Mammon.
As long as they don't infringe on my rights, they can worship whatever they want to worship.
But Mario, you cannot worship two gods, for you will love one and detest the other. You cannot serve two masters.
And that's why it's so damn hard to be able to coincide shit with the state, because the state itself is just a religion. So
that's why I said we have to have the same foundation. We're all supposed to get back to our roots.
Yeah, and I like the idea of Mario presented.
What's that foundation? Liberty. Was it liberty?
No, just liberty, Mario. Period. Liberty. The ability to decide for yourself. I want you to be able to decide if you want to believe in Jesus or you whatever you want to believe in. I want you to be able to make your own decision for yourself. I don't want you to force that on me, but I'm not trying to force whatever I think on you either. And liberty means you being able to decide for yourself, period. Period.
Liberty and prosper and a man to live his life the way that he wants to live.
Exactly.
As long as it doesn't infringe on anybody else's right. I think, what was it, Ron Paul? I think Ron Paul kind of, that's what he always stomps about, is as long as you're not infringing on my rights, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You can go fuck goats. You can go fucking do whatever the fuck you want.
Exactly. But you can't harm
As long as
children.
it's not my goat.
Well, HD, that's what I was going to say. You can't be a pedophile and go act out your internal desires to violate children and destroy their lives, because that is really what you are. Exactly. So if that's what you are, you cannot infringe on another person and their life because of what you are. So yeah, there's the line right there.
Some people might want to draw that line at that goat too, though. I'm just saying, you know.
Well, you know.
Hey, it's his goat. It's his goat.
Yeah, you know what? No, I don't know. If I came down to being in prison and I had the choice of like having to be with another,
We're gonna give goats rights now.
And there was
Yes, goats have rights. They're living creatures. You're gonna end up with goat herpes.
Goat herpes.
I think Ebola's bad. Wait till you see that.
I always how does a Portuguese find a sheep in tall grass? Like, you can use it for any nationality, but how do you find a Portuguese, and how does a Portuguese find a sheep in tall grass?
How?
Pleasurable.
See, I think goats do have rights, and I think you are infringing on the goat's rights, unless the goat decides to,
unless the goat's on top.
Engage in this.
It's not my fault that, or his fault, the dude's fault that he rubbed peanut butter on it.
So what, are you guys jealous of all those dudes out in Afghanistan or some shit? Them goat herders in the mountains and all this fucking goats out?
They be banging!
Yeah, they be banging fucking goats, okay? That's why they don't like women, and they cover them up with burqas. Okay?
No shit. Yeah.
Because if their old ladies had horns on their head, they'd probably be okay. But
yeah, but if you wear this little coat.
Yeah, that's a good point. If your women walked around fully covered in burqas, you'd probably be fucking goats too.
yeah, so I mean, really, the whole point of America, at least to me, was the fact that if the don't infringe, it carries over a lot of weight, right? Don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you, basically.
Word. Yeah.
You're free to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. However you pursue happiness is all good with me, as long as it doesn't infringe on anybody else's pursuit of happiness.
Exactly.
But where do we draw the line, Mule? Because the pedophile's pursuit of happiness is to abuse children, and we're not going to tolerate that.
No, we're not, right? And when we find out about it, we then need to extract it from society. And I don't mean lock it away in a fucking room.
I mean exterminate. Hang that motherfucker. Shoot him in the head. Shoot him in the dick. Exactly.
That's why.
Why are we wasting bullets?
Yeah, I like a rope.
On the rights of the child.
Well, I still like the thought of a hanging rope. I think it's quicker, easier, and it's environmentally friendly.
It's reusable. It's recyclable.
Yeah, but the liberals. The liberals. They're like, that's inhumane. That's not nice.
Hey, pedophiles are inhumane. Pedophiles are not nice. Fuck them all.
Hey, you want to stop thinking or thieving? Hang it from a rope. Give him a necktie.
Well, that's right. And the older justice is in some way a better justice than what we have now, because now.
As long as it's applied correctly and you know that there's true guilt, because you know that there are certain instances where there's fabricated or circumstantial evidence that just doesn't.
Yes, and I agree with the concept of better 10 guilty men going free than one righteous man hanging. So I understand that, and it's a hard thing to do. But some cases, it's not.
Oh yeah,
You know?
in some cases, absolutely, it's not. It's proven that absolutely.
Yeah, the whodunits are one thing, and then the oh, you go your pants down on a kid.
It's not even the fact that it's been proven. It's been proven that he's a recidivist too, and he's done it not only once, but getting out and done it again. And how long do you tolerate that in your society?
And that's what it basically comes down to. Back in the day, we didn't tolerate it at all.
That's right.
You were banished to the wilderness, which is what led for helped the Western expansion, right? For those communities that didn't want to use the ultimate punishment for everything.
You were shunned from society. You went out. They kicked you out. They sent you out to the wilderness.
And there ain't no more room in the wilderness, so you're kind of screwed there.
What was that thing that they used to do? They used to put the dude in shackles in front of the town square.
Yeah. Well, you live in Rhode Island, dude. They got fucking museums right there with that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they put him right in the middle. They put him right in the middle of the town square, and little kids would run up to them and throw tomatoes at them, throw whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and back in the day, there wasn't as many murders as we got today, and there wasn't a bunch of thieving like we got today, and I mean.
Well, there wasn't as many people, and the funny thing is, and this is something, and this is part of that whole fear game, right? Crime is not up, right? Murders are not really up. Right? They're actually down.
Other than the fact that you have to realize as well as during the expansion of the West, there was a mass genocide of the native culture as well.
Oh, well, that's just...
And they didn't have forensic evidence, so finding the murderer, I mean, unless you were in the fucking room back then, it's kind of hard back in those days.
Yeah, but what I was saying, everybody had the common knowledge, hey, man, you do that, you break into my house, you're snuffed.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you get caught, on a stolen horse, you're getting hung on that horse usually.
Yeah, the whole town will go after you. Called a posse.
And actually, with the times the way they are, I've even seen more reports of cattle wrestling popping up again.
Yeah.
Well, if beef at $4 a pound and
right.
more, you're going to see cattle wrestling.
I predicted that a year or so ago. I said you'll see stuff like that. Cattle wrestling, sheep wrestling, pig wrestling. You'll see stuff like that happen. Because people got to eat, no matter whether, even if they have to steal, they're going to eat.
HDP, is cattle wrestling still a death penalty in the state of Nevada?
It's a hanging offense.
I don't think it is on the books anymore. I mean, it's still a there's still penalties for illegal trafficking of cattle, but obviously the federal government can do it because they just did it a couple months ago.
Well, I mean, they just haven't been trialed and sentenced yet.
And I would say
they just have to serve their day in court. That's all.
It would probably fall under the value of
the jury right here. I think everybody right here will vote for him to die. So
now it comes down to the value of the property being stolen, right?
So if the government does it, it's okay, but if anybody else does it, it's wrong.
Well, shit.
Well, that's the nature of state worship. That's what we're talking about.
It's okay for them to do it until you hold them accountable, right?
That's why I'm saying that's why they're breeding criminals. You know what I'm saying? They get to go to jail. Oh, well, it don't matter. I'll go here on vacation for a minute. I'll be back out there. I'll do it again.
Well, not only that, you also have to look at it from the state point of view where they're making profit off of it because they're letting the private companies come in to make profit, and they're not making profit unless there's somebody in that cell. So.
Right.
Somebody's playing video tag.
So if the government can break the laws, then why should we obey them?
Well, see, the laws don't apply to the government according to people's new way of thinking. It's like
according
the Constitution.
To the law, even.
The Constitution is supposed to restrain the government, not restrain us, but everybody's got it backwards.
Yeah, technically they work for us. Shit, they kiss my ass. I'm not going to answer to them. I don't comply.
One of the main precipices of law is there's supposed to be that no one is above the law, right? But that doesn't really actually ever happen.
Exactly.
Not even the president. Even the president, he has to obey the laws.
freaking law
if
enforcement.
he ain't obeying the laws, you give him the boot.
Law enforcement have actual laws on the book saying that as long as they thought they were doing the right thing, it doesn't matter what law they broke, they're okay, they're immune.
Yeah. That's the justice system, just them.
Whoever enacted that law, he would be the #1 criminal in my book.
I mean, it all
He's
depends
just
on
trying
the
to give him
context,
carte
right?
blanche. He's trying to give himself carte blanche.
I
He knows
mean, I understand how it could have been actually advantageous, but they just did it all wrong. And when you take away all restrictions, of course it's going to be abused, right? You know, if a police officer puts lights and sirens on to go through a red light, technically, lights and sirens is only asking permission, right? So technically, he still ran that red light.
Yep.
Okay, I understand it. So he still broke a law, but it was in the pursuit of duty. He thought he was doing the right thing. I can understand that. But how they fucking use it now with all the bullshit they do, all the murders, the fucking beatings, the rapes, all that shit, that's a whole different level.
Doing donuts in the middle of the intersection and then
Hey,
take off.
hey, don't talk about donuts.
Yeah, but you know, the thing is, they got,
Mario, you
they
gotta drag race ambulances, brother. It's the best thing ever.
They run red lights just because they want to get somewhere.
But now they've got police unions and police lawyers that look up ways of, you know, getting around certain laws, just like corporations do, right?
Yep.
I'll be a perfect police lawyer. All I would do is say, "Oh, he did it because the other guy was a terrorist." My cop would get off so easy.
Both these now is he was resisting arrest.
They'll run a red light
Gets him off
whether
on
there's
anything.
they'll run a red light whether there's anything going on anyways.
I can show you a video of 2 police officers in their squad cars drag racing, and one of them encounters a car in an intersection and kills the passengers.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, so you know that's real.
Yeah, and they're just, you know, they make mistakes just like we do, and that's the thing. The problem is they're never held accountable for it, so their power grows technically.
That's the problem.
And that is the problem. Because you and I are held to a different standard than these people are, yet these people have no more sense than you or I.
Nope, they have the same brain, the same skull, same skin.
I would say even less, Warrior.
No, they have the same
to
brain,
me,
they just don't use it all.
well, then I'm still going to call it less. I'm sorry.
They follow orders.
They follow orders, but for the most part, there are a lot of guys are like from the jock mentality, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, they follow orders for minimum wage. Gee, I'm fucking impressed.
And you get what you pay for, too. And I've been a manager, and I know that from hiring temps, you get what you pay for. You're going to hire somebody who's coming in who's not got a full-time job. They're going to put in the minimal work or the minimal effort, right?
Yep, and when you intentionally hire people with an IQ less than 100 to be cops, what do you expect? What do you expect when you give idiots guns and authority? What do you expect?
Getting guys who are coming back from a theater of war who are used to it, especially absolute different tactic altogether. And now they're in a civilian populace handling.
Yep, that too.
Gun. Now they got MRAPs and tanks.
Yep. And authority. That's the dangerous part. It's not the MRAP or the gun or the badge that's dangerous. It's that perceived state authority that they hold.
The state of mind, yep.
Because alone, they ain't shit. Not a one of them. Not a one of them.
Why do you think they come in packs?
They have to, like a gang, like the Crips or the Bloods. You ain't shit
For a tail light. For a tail light ticket.
Oh yeah, I've broken up, and this is the funny thing, being a bouncer at one point in time, I've broken up a fight between a biker group and a off-duty group of police officers. And, you know, it got ugly, and it's like, fucking, like, you guys should know better, because being cops, just because you're drunk, you know, you guys should be the ones setting the example in society. You should be the ones backing away and saying, all right, guys, you know, we'll fucking leave. You want to be assholes, whatever, you know. These should be the guys who are setting the examples. These are the guys who our kids look up to. So, I mean,
Exactly. It's supposed to be that way.
Yeah, you mean the people who shoot unarmed people? That's who I'm supposed to have my children look up to? I
No,
don't fucking think so.
that's not what he meant.
One of these guys from high school, and I'm like, dude, like, I thought better of you, and now I look at you like you're no better than that. No.
Yeah, that's not what he meant. He was talking how it's supposed to be.
How it's supposed to be, but I'm always talking about how it is.
Yeah, I know. Both valid points.
Oh yeah, there's always that.
What's that saying? Power corrupts, and absolute power
corrupts.
Corrupts, absolutely. Yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
And if we know this, then why do we keep giving these people absolute power?
And then let the people that are in power take away the checks and balances that were put there in order to check and balance that power situation if it ever got to it.
At what point do we admit that we deserve this because we're too fucking stupid to do otherwise?
Hey, I'm just going to throw this out because I know sometimes people keep tabs on the time. It's like 5.5 hours live. Just throwing it out. I mean, it don't matter to me, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. He's not back yet anyway, so.
Yeah, it's all good. We're just, you know, for all I know, Jesus sleep. But you guys are doing fine. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mule's here, so it's good.
Yeah. And even if Gio keep it running all night and then fall asleep and it'll auto shut down. It's all good.
I'm just throwing it out because I know you guys sometimes say, well, it's been this, we'll go private now or something.
Well, no, I don't know. What do you guys want? I can do that. If you guys want to do that, it's up to y'all. You guys are the ones in the room having a good conversation, and, you know.
It's up to you guys.
I'm enjoying the conversation. It don't matter to me if it's live or not. It don't matter.
You know, Mario, I want to give you a compliment. This has probably been the best chat I've ever been on with you.
Yes, sir.
You've been not only respectful, but you've contributed valid points to the conversation that have been appreciated, and I just want to say thanks.
All right, that's cool, man. You know.
So you guys want to keep rolling, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I guess take a look at the viewers. I haven't taken a look at the viewers lately, but
21 people are hanging in. You know, shit. I'm pretty 22 now. You guys, you know, I'll tell you what. You run it the full 8, it'll keep 20-something viewers most of the night.
Yeah, well, then do a shout out since they're there. Give respect, you know, because they're hanging in too, you know.
Right. Justin Woolley just came in. What's up, Justin?
Woolley.
If somebody could throw him he's always a good conversationalist. If you want to throw him
I'd love to hear from Justin. What's up, man?
Hook it up.
Can somebody throw him a link?
I got it.
All right, cool. So, yeah, you guys can keep rolling, but he's really the only one that's been only updated when I see. Otherwise, it's Time Wave Stu. Stu's out. 10-round Patriot was out there, and this was a while ago. Third Op's still out there. Okay, Third Op's out there.
Where's Chris at? Ain't he gonna come in?
They all have keys if they want to come in. Well, not all of them, but Third Op has keys, and so does 10-round Patriot. They have keys. Yeah. So if they can come in anytime they want.
There's 2 spots.
And Chris is saying he's too tired. He had a hard weekend. So.
All I know is I got a week's vacation. I'm off for the next 7 days.
Oh, Mario's gonna be chatting.
Oh man, there's gonna be a lot of brewskis being drunk in those 7 days.
Brother.
I was gonna say, is there enough beer for you?
Oh, thank God the packy's open. I'll just go buy some more. What do you guys think of? I was reading an article today about was it the Chinese battleship ported in Iran, right across pretty much right across the street from the 5th Fleet.
Yeah, don't surprise me none.
So is there a line being drawn
Oh no, the Chinese have always been in cooperation with the Iranians, and they have a lot of they own a lot of Africa, especially the railways.
I was just like thinking, like geopolitically wise, I was just like, what kind of statement were the Chinese trying to portray with that whole thing? You know, park like right across the street from the the Chinese trying to move in, like, because we pretty much control the port, well, the Strait of Aden. I think it's Aden or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
The Strait of Hormuz is what you're talking about.
Oh, the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
That's the Iranian port. Yeah.
No, that's the narrowest point between the Saudi Arabian Peninsula and Iran, where Iranians tried to shut it off back in the 80s for any shipping, or they wanted people to pay basically a tax or whatever, like coming out of Kuwait and stuff, coming out of the Gulf. But we kept it open or whatever. That's what a lot of that. There was a big issue with mining back in the 80s in that area. I mean, they would place mines in the street and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, it kind of goes towards what Kelly was going to bring up there in one of the news posts that she kind of was kept off to the end. Was there's been a lot of what's been probative testing by various different militaries, government militaries. Like Russia was flying close to the Canadian and U.S. Flight path there, sent NORAD into a tizzy. Meanwhile, Canada and the U.S. are doing war games is it the Black Sea or something like that? So, and Canada was up in arms that the Russians did a flyby by one of our warships because they're basically in their back door doing war games, right? So there's been a lot of probative testing by different militaries throughout the world, right? A lot of different ones flexing their muscle, different ones saying, you know what, we're not afraid of you. So, that's why I say I can see it happening. I can see them sailing in basically as a fuck you.
It can escalate. It can escalate really quick.
Yeah, it can. It depends on how governments want to interpret it. If they're just sailing in peacefully and they're allowed to come into those waters, then there's not much they can do. But I mean, if they want to use it as a propaganda tool to, put more fear into the public, then hey, basically that's what they're doing.
I think it's going to be interesting to see who China sides with, because we essentially made China with all the industry we gave them.
Yep. Well, we shipped all our labor overseas, right?
Walmart.
Yeah, but
Walmart.
They're not beholden to us, right? Because now they're just in their own right. They're a big boy on the block. So we may have helped them, but that's like feeding the dog. You fed the dog so much, now he's a monster. He thinks he's in charge.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And we've given them so much foreign aid, especially as far as food-wise over the years. That obviously doesn't count towards our national debt that we technically owe them. Like even here in Canada, like we had our Prime Minister, as I said earlier, signed a trade deal with them, a 31-year trade deal with them that basically ties our hands as far as corporate gains. If they don't get their corporate gains, they're allowed to sue us and change our Canadian law. It's like, Jesus, really?
I think it's the misconception that we owe China anything, because we've given them so much. If anything, they owe us.
Yeah, they profited off of it.
Justin Lee, good to see you, brother.
Oh, good to be here, man. Thanks for having me, guys.
Hey.
Been a while since I've seen you.
Yeah, it's been a little while. I've been skulking around the internet just seeing what's up. Did you guys hear about the Georgia Guidestones getting an update?
I did.
Chat.
I thought you did it, Justin.
Yeah, I put some information out on that, but a couple people had covered it a few days before me, though.
No, I meant put the stones up, buddy. You live in Georgia. Busting your
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man, I went up there with a grinder and everything, man. Just made me a little cube in the basement here, toss it up there.
Justin, where did they put that 2014 stone? Where the hell did it fit in? Was it already notched out?
Well, there's actually a picture before it's news where they had already made the cuts. A picture was taken and they spotted the cuts.
Right,
And
I saw that. But who
yeah,
made
yeah,
the
yeah.
cut?
The stone. I don't know. The only people that would know that is any eyewitnesses or the local police department, which has cameras on it. They're supposed to be surveilling the damn things. Although I don't think they do a very good job because a while back I went up there dressed up as anonymous and had my rifle out just in front of the stones and was doing a little, hey, look at me, fuckers, you know. And nobody came out. It was, yeah, I don't know what they're doing. If I was that police department, I would not really give a shit about protecting those stones. I'd probably get a couple of the guys to tear the damn things down.
So where did that new stone go into place? I don't understand.
Upper right hand on the English written slab. It's just above the 500 million where it says they're going to try and kill basically 95+% of the world's population.
Right, but was there already a notch for that stone to be placed there, or did somebody put it there?
Not always, but there is a picture, a more recent picture that shows where those cuts had been made, and then later on, of course, the stone's now there. So.
Okay, so the cut was made in advance of the new stone being placed there, right?
Yes.
That's what I needed to know.
And the cuts were not always there. For instance, when I took video of those stones a while back, we're talking, man, it's been a couple months now. Those cuts were not there.
Wow. Wow. People don't even know what that means, do they?
That's freaky stuff, man, that somebody's been in there multiple times in order to make this happen, right? And
Well, the way I see it, and
They get trucks in there.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the way I see it is if no one has had the stones to knock down the stones yet, you know, then there's probably no way that someone would actually go through the trouble to pull off a prank like that. Because someone
No, not at all.
Yeah.
If you're going to cut that granite, why not? Yeah, I agree with you.
I would say that'd be the ultimate statement for Occupy to make, is go down there and push the fucking stones over.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean,
and why hasn't it happened yet? What's wrong with you people?
Yeah, just need to invest in some more thermite.
I think my next motor vehicle needs to be a big ass bulldozer. How about that?
Yeah,
Yeah, but then
I'm not
you
saying I
consider it as a
would, but-
terrorist. You're a terrorist.
I'm not saying I would, but I'm not saying I wouldn't send you a hammer and a screwdriver.
Either that or erect another monument right beside it that's a fuck you to it.
Yep. Yeah,
Just a big middle finger.
We need to crowdsource a bobcat.
No, we need to get some thermite going.
Oh yeah.
Does
Thermite go through the stone like that though?
No, that's more for metal.
Yeah, that's
I think
what I
it
was
goes
thinking.
through stone too, though.
Yeah, you need to have to really hot.
I think you need like some more combustibles, more like the TNT and shit like
telling you,
that.
one bobcat. I can deal with that
can of
fucking
spray
thing.
paint and just
I can
spray
bring a
paint the motherfucker.
forklift, like.
Forklift, bobcat, whatever. One of those
Everybody-
things you can deal with that whole structure.
Well, I'm not just about taking it down, but like erasing the whole wording and everything.
Oh, yeah.
That too. And
Good
I
old
would have to
grinder.
take a shit. I would have to leave a turd right on the guy's stone.
Oh, like the ISIS picture with its fucking
There
minstrel.
you go. You make a statue that's just a big steaming pile of turd right beside it.
I'll tell you one thing, man. If I was living around there and I was, driving around drunk, all fucked up, I'd just make a video just pissing on the motherfucker.
Oh yeah. People have dumped paint on it and written on them. The problem is some assholes come by and actually clean the bitches up, and that's my problem. Like, how are you gonna take your time and actually clean that up?
Well, somebody's paid to monitor that and patrol it, clean it up, deal with it, whatever, keep it pristine.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
come on,
and to put the 2014 marker up there, the Rosencrantz paid for it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I wish I knew more about them, because the way the wording is on the tabs, it sounds just like your typical CFR, Bilderberg, Trilateral Commission, and Skull and Bones at Yale University fuckers. It sounds like them.
Right there'd be a funny
Well,
ploy
yeah.
marketing campaign up around it that says brought to you by Monsanto, the Koch brothers.
Yeah.
Hey, Justin, replace the stone they put up there with one that says the green dragon says "fuck you."
Word!
Oh, yeah.
Green dragon, bitches!
That'd be right there. Yeah, pull that one off. That'd be it.
Oh, that'd be the shit.
Oh,
Green
man.
dragon, bitches.
That'd be the modern day Boston Tea Party, right?
Remember.
Oh, yeah.
The 5th of November is coming.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's just it. I mean, let's talk about this for a second, because if they're serious and they're talking about 90+% population reduction this fucking year, there's only so many more months left in this year.
Right.
So they're gonna have to pull off some shit for that.
And I said that something was going to happen, and if it does, it's either going to happen in the spring or it's going to happen in the late. That's my premonition that I had for this year. It's just one of those things that I have a sense of, and I know Chad, obviously, he says that we don't believe in a higher power, but, it's one of those intuition things that, from history and that when stuff happens, it usually happens at a certain time in seasons for a reason. And I see it happening now that spring's passed. I see it happening either late fall or early winter.
And Stan, for the record, I operate on intuition. The one thing I trust is my own intuition. And I only trust it because it's verified to me hundreds of millions of times. So I'm okay with verifying that. I do have that sense of intuition. I trust that intuition in me. So, I mean, whatever that means, I do follow that.
I'll be the first one to say that maybe my intuition is obviously biased. It's my intuition, right? So it's obviously biased, but that's the thing you have to admit is your subjectivity or your biasness. And you have to be aware of that.
Absolutely. But I can put that aside, and I know my bias, and I know my intuition, and I will disregard my bias because I know that's just what I think or what I might believe. But I will listen to my intuition because it's proven itself to be accurate over and over and over.
I can tell you all my intuition. My intuition is thinking like this. You got that dude that jumped the fence at the White House and made it to the front door of the White House, and then you got that movie. What was that? Those movies that came out.
White House down, Mount Olympus has fallen.
So, and ISIS, they got a hard on attacking the White House. So, is that gonna be the next false flag? Is an attack on the White House, and is that gonna be the thing that sparks?
How many of you would cry if the White House was leveled tomorrow morning?
I might shed a little bit of a tear of
I'd go roast a s'more on top of it.
Was that a joke or
irate?
Anyone? Would anyone cry if tomorrow the White House was obliterated off the face of the planet?
I'd shed a tear of happiness.
Only if nobody was in it when it got obliterated. I might cry then.
So we're gonna throw a barbecue then?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that'd be a cause for barbecue right there for sure.
Well,
I'll get some rabbits and we'll be ready to go.
I was gonna say we started that barbecue for you back in 1812, but you guys put it out.
True that.
Well, I like them baby back ribs.
My baby back.
I don't know. The only card I see that's big enough for them to play to meet their objective there is possibly this new CDC patented weaponized Ebola.
What? The government has patented Ebola? What?
Yes, sir. I got a video, 16,000 views, and I think only 11 dislikes on it. It's nuts.
I know, Justin. I was saying that earlier, but most people don't know that, so that it's funny to say it out loud.
Anything with
No, man. This is United States. They love us. They'll protect us.
Oh yeah, yeah. Take your vaccines, drink your fluoride, eat your GMO, and be happy.
anything that can be monetized will be, and now you can monetize a genome by patenting it.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what they did is they created a hybrid version. When you look at the patent and the parameters surrounding the patent, like everything that's involved with their actual patent, it's a fucking laundry list of everything from crossing the genetic code to finding a stable carrier. So they basically have that stuff on tap. All kinds of crazy shit.
Did they create that in Plum Island or over in Denver or another place just like it?
I don't know where it was actually manufactured.
Just thought.
I think the head of the bioweapons warfare. I think it's in Maryland. I think it's in Baltimore, Maryland.
You know, one of the common denominators I think we have to look at is the fact that, you know, we brought over the German scientists in order to create the nuclear warhead. Why didn't you know that we must have brought over some type of scientists who were working on the biological experiments back then?
Oh yeah, well we did. MK Ultra.
Project Paperclip.
Yep.
Hey Justin.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a nice little command chair there. I was just kind of curious if you was on the big screen your television, because my TV's a computer too.
Yeah. I've been running it that way for a while. I got an HDMI out coming from my computer tower into a receiver, and then out from the receiver HDMI into the TV.
My
Justin's just too high tech.
My TV, I can just plug an Ethernet cord in, hit a button, and I'm on the internet.
It's not high tech. It's just the cord HDP.
That's high tech.
Yeah.
They got the red, yellow, white cords for you.
Yeah, I was just wondering because you're sitting in like your living room. It looks like.
Yeah. So you have a smart TV. It's like half TV, half computer, right?
Yeah, it's got its own motherboard.
Oh, right on, man.
Yeah, well, my new iPhone 6 plugs directly into my ass.
But
Make sure you keep it there, too.
But I'm not using it right now. I'm just on the tower.
Yeah, Chad, and I bet you keep it on vibrate, huh?
Well, Warrior, the 14-foot adapter for the colon cleansing app is sold separately, so I don't have to.
It also attaches directly into your eye too, doesn't it? So that's pretty cool.
I heard Chad bought the goat attachment for it.
Man, can you feel the love?
That was bad.
Leave my daddy out of it.
That's bad. Bad.
Oh yeah.
All right, you guys are way off the rails now. We were on a good subject. Justin brought up.
We had to have a silly.
I apologize.
Sorry, folks out there listening. We're turned into the nut house now.
Yeah, you see what happens when you add Justin Wu, Lee, and Warrior? It goes off the rails quick.
Oh man.
See, we just human.
Well, speaking of iPhones, I heard they put a whole bunch of new spyware and shit in the new iPhones.
Yes, sir.
I heard they put a new feature in there that you can't get into it, even if with the lock feature. No, even the cops can't get into it with a warrant.
Cloud or something.
I heard that was some make you feel good bullshit, so Apple wouldn't lose their sales to everyone catching on to their criminality.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I never really did any back search into it because I don't own a phone. So.
Well, it's the problem is they're starting to feel it. Their sales are starting to hurt. Snowden leaks. Pretty much everybody knows NSA's in their bullshit now. Yeah. And there's a lot of videos coming out with classified information even getting leaked about all the specifics of the backdoors built into devices, you know, because we pretty much all these mainstream devices we get are made by massive, massive corporations, and a lot of these heads of corporation are in criminal groups like the Council on Foreign Relations. I did a video on that. For instance, the CEO of Coca-Cola is in the Council on Foreign Relations. Colin Powell, the head of the Army, is in the Council on Foreign Relations. You got media heads in there. You got pharmaceutical heads in there. You got other corporation heads in there.
Hillary Clinton used to be on it, wasn't she?
Oh, yeah.
They got to keep tabs on their slaves.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, people talk about conspiracy theory. It's not even a theory. I mean, the root of conspiracy is to conspire. And in a criminal nature, and that's all these people do, these major groups, and their own website, go to cfr.org, and one of their goals is global governance, the end of all sovereignty, the top-down control of the entire world. It's criminal in its very nature.
Yeah, they state it right out in the open, and people just don't know. They'll just put the blinders on and go, nope, 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 oh, you're just a conspiracy nut.
Oh, yeah. I mean, where are these people going to be when they really drop the hammer? I mean, these people are fucked.
Yep.
I think we all are anyways.
And, you know, growing up, I used to be the one that said, I hate to say I told you so, but, you know, I told you so, and it'll be another one of those moments.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we can get them. I mean, we know who they are. We know their organizations and their membership. We know what they've done. We've got all their crimes listed and well documented and everything else.
You have to have the public behind you in order to take them down, right?
Well, I made a video on this. The only way I can think to do that is to make something that will go viral that's dealing with the problem itself and attaching all the crimes they've committed to that. Matter of fact, have that the prelude to the final conclusion that everyone came to see. And not only do you have justification stated firsthand, but it goes viral enough to where, at that point, everyone knows the crimes they've committed.
And this is just a toss-out idea. What if you have like a national convention that you plan, say, a year in advance, where you get together and have, like, say, a pseudo congressional hearing on the whole fucking conspiracy event? You know, a mock trial, basically.
Well, people will have to set up some sort of venue to get it done. I mean, I did see a couple interesting ways people have done things. For instance, in New York's, I think it was Times Square or something like that, a whole bunch of the 9/11 Truth community, the real heavy activists, you know, put up a billboard, basically a telescreen showing Building 7 coming down and really running around asking people to ask the hard questions, you know. And people need to start doing stuff like that. They need to get out in the community and really start shaking people, you know, shaking them up and be like, hey, this is what it is, you know, best start, you know, recognizing.
And what was Building 7?
Building 7 was a massive intelligence hub. I mean, you had the CIA, FBI, Secret Service, a whole bunch of these people in there, and that thing came down at free fall speed into its own footprint symmetrically on 9/11 after Donald Rumsfeld said pull it, and it was not hit by an aircraft.
Thank you. That was like the records office.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
That was the CIA staging ground.
What part of the Pentagon got hit? The records office.
There's a group of engineers that are for the truth, like bring out the truth, because they can tell just by the way the collapses went down on all the different buildings that there's absolutely no way that it was other than a controlled demolition.
Oh yeah, I mean anyone in demolition, anyone in the building industry, or anyone with their head screwed on halfway knows what they saw. You know,
construction.
Yeah.
Just look at the puffs of smoke that come out of the building.
Oh yeah.
They talk about the pancake. It's the pancake theory. That's the one thing that I hear about the most is, well, the floors were pancaking on top of each other, coming down, this and that, but
you understand regular engineering, usually the first floor will collapse or two, and then the force will stop it. Usually, it's not going to have a complete core collapse like that.
Oh yeah.
If anything, the top of the building would just fall, and then you would just have the rest of the building standing.
All the way through the
exposed weaker columns in the middle that the floors did fall down from. it would topple over like a tower. You know, it wouldn't fall straight down.
Oh yeah. Especially the one tower that got basically hit like the way you're supposed to chop down a tree to make sure it falls over, the right way. Because one of the towers got hit in like one of the corners at like an angle.
Exactly.
Well, you can literally, like, from my experience, you can literally see the building, the top of the building starting to lean over, and then the rest of the building underneath it started collapsing.
Yeah.
You know, it should have just kept on leaning over.
It was starting to go the proper way, but then all of a sudden when the demolitions kicked in, it all went tumbling down, right? And that's just my theory. That's my personal theory. You can condemn me if you want, but I mean, I'm not an engineer, but you know, I took physics and stuff in high school, and it's just basic understanding of.
And that is the laws of physics. Just like a 47-story building doesn't collapse into its own footprint at free fall speed with no plane ever hitting it. I'm sorry, fire just doesn't do this to steel. And if you don't understand physics, then you're probably stupid enough to believe this.
Oh yeah. Well, and
The building in Spain, was it Spain or Argentina or wherever the hell it was, where it caught on fire and it burned for what, like a week, 2 weeks? That building never collapsed.
You know why? Because steel doesn't melt fire. That's why your fucking pans don't melt on the stove, idiots.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even that blue flame won't do it.
Yeah, you have to have intense flame.
I mean, you need a plasma cutter. I mean, you need some serious shit if you're going to be going through steel.
You need some thermate. You know.
Thermite.
And jet fuel ain't going to do it. It's going to blow up like a gas can. It's going to be quick, and that's it.
That's it.
Oh, yeah.
It's gone. It doesn't sustain a temperature of, beyond X degrees for long periods of time. No, it does not do that. That's not how physics works. And for the mainstream media to tell us a story that violates the laws of physics, first of all, you have to be stupid to believe it. And most people are.
And us country boys like our big bonfires, and we usually use fuel to get it going at first.
Oh, yeah.
But the people who aren't stupid.
And
I'll tell you one thing, 9/11 is what woke me up.
And if we
9/11,
Yeah, same here.
And if we
that's what woke me up.
we burn chairs or couches or whatnot, and the metal's left over.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's back then. Imagine how fucked these kids are getting raised on this Common Core, Next false flag like that, they're not going to have a clue.
So you just think about it for a second. These motherfuckers are so evil where they'll just blow up a bunch of people. Do you think they really care about, do you think they care about anything?
Exactly.
Oh, they don't.
You think they're not ready to exterminate 90% of this planet? They'll kill 3,000 people on live TV and give you a fake story about it.
Oh, and then send a whole bunch more innocent people to die in a fake-ass war so they can steal a whole bunch of stuff and then sell it back to you at marked-up prices.
And then kill another million Iraqis on the same story.
Oh, yeah. And then try and make up another story about the Syrian government a little bit later on and try and send more of our boys in there to help out the people they've been funding for years, just changing their name. First it was the Mujahideen, then it was Al-Qaeda, now it's ISIS. And the reason Ambassador Stevens got killed is because he got caught, he wasn't supposed to know, I don't think, but he learned about heavy weapons trafficking into these regions. He didn't want to play ball, so they had to send a couple CIA boys down there and let them fry.
Yeah.
And that's a big portion of it is arms sales around the world. There was a report that came out a couple weeks ago where it showed international arms sales, and the United States and Russia are virtually neck and neck in global arms sales. So
Hold up. Say goodnight to Mario.
Night, Mario.
Have a good one, Mario. Take care.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I was writing that comment for Warrior.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just looking out.
No, thank you, but no, I was wishing
Later,
Warrior good night.
Have a good one, Warrior.
Well, he already left. Yeah, he already left.
So what do you got?
Yeah, there was
So yeah, I noticed you got a big coffee pot back there in the corner.
Who, me?
Yeah, that's huge.
That's
Oh,
his
yeah.
Berkey, isn't it?
There's some liquor in there.
Yeah,
Yeah, a buddy of mine came over with that. It's a vintage, might be even made back during Prohibition or some shit, because
No,
it
the big stainless steel one in the corner.
Oh, that thing. That is actually a Pro Pure
Mr.
system
Berkey.
on InfoWars.
Yeah.
The thing works.
I knew what it was. I was going to say that's a redneck coffee because, like me, I drink a lot of coffee.
I hear that. Careful though, because too much caffeine, it'll spool up your adrenal system and it'll burn it out, and then you won't have any energy after that. You gotta be careful though.
Yeah, but I've
I
drank
can't
it
even-
so long it don't matter no more.
I can't touch coffee, man. It makes me too jittery. Like I start getting the shakes, and I'm just like, and then after 20 minutes, I'm ready to take a nap.
I mix it up, milk, stuff like that, whiskey.
Right on.
I just avoid coffee in general.
It affects people differently. Some people have a better tolerance for caffeine. Sometimes it runs through people's system a little bit differently. It just depends.
Yeah,
Like if you drink it 24/7 and somebody else just drinks it for the morning, they're probably going to be awake, and I might have to drink 2 or 3 pots just to catch up.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, don't get me wrong. For 20 minutes, I got tons of energy. I could run through a brick wall. But then it's just like, oh man, is it nap time yet? Like I'm ready to go to sleep.
Yeah. Well, that's your adrenal system getting all spooled up, and then it crashes.
Yeah, for you.
Oh, I crash back. That's why I don't even fuck with coffee. I just like to keep an even keel.
Used to it, it's almost like if you go down a little bit, you start to get withdrawal.
Plus it gives you the shits. Coffee gave me some serious mud butt, and I'm all set.
That's beer, Mario, that gives you the shit.
The Schlitz.
That's the truth, though. In the morning, it's a good thing to start the day is a good coffee, because after that, things get rolling.
And for those of you listening on Twitter, I'm ICP Chad. I appreciate you guys stopping by. Share this. If you see value in the content that's presented, share this.
Right on.
Oh, it's linked to everything?
Everything is linked to everything, because we are the only network that's really here.
Well, I was just wondering, because I know there's more networks, but it's like G+, YouTube is what I'm used to.
Oh, right. Well, Twitter is one of the bigger networks, and I'm on Twitter. I've been on there for years, and some people know me, and so that's why I was saying to those that I'd been tweeting this out to about 26,000 people since we started. So I was saying to those who are listening, hey, if you see value in what's presented here, share this with the people you know, because you're the ones making the difference here. You're the one in control.
Yep.
You can be CNN. You can present what is fair and balanced. You can present the information that you see valuable if you see value in it. So if you do, share it. If not, just don't listen to me.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering.
Well, that's just it, I mean, anybody can pick up a camera, start doing a blog, and tell it how it is. And if the more people that do that, and with a good, calm, cool head on their shoulders, maybe not always cool and calm, because there's times where outright emotion's called for. I've been caught with it plenty of times. But, just tell it how you see it. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it doesn't get more real than that. It sure as hell beats the teleprompter script readers.
Say what you see. Exactly, Justin.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why I don't even watch the news anymore. I don't need them feeding me bullshit.
Well, hi, Planet Earth.
Well, that's what I was saying to Truth earlier this week. I said, I'd rather get my news from the guys that I meet on here, straight from the source's mouth, because that was when St. Paul, Minneapolis had the drills going on with the military, right? And it's like he's like, I don't know what's going on. And like we're talking about it. And found out the information together, and he's telling me what he saw, and you know, how they were never warned about it, and you know how it looks in the public view, and it starts a discussion, right? And that's how I'd rather get my information, from the horse's mouth rather than some paid Schlitz with makeup, you know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can't tell you how many times really key information's just comes straight from the ground level, just someone whipping out a camera, being like, all right, this shit's going down right here, right now, here's what we got going on. And then the next thing you know, something can crack wide open out of that. I mean, that's how Bundy Ranch got started.
Revolution 1776 got started, grassroots.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We are the saviors we're waiting for. We are the only hope that's left. And if you don't stand up now, then you can kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah. Don't wait for somebody else.
You know what this reminds me of? You remember that movie One?
No.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It's an old movie. Try to find it. It talks about the Illuminati and all this stuff, and they're putting the contact lenses in so people can see, electronic contact lenses.
Wow.
It's like one world government. That's what the movie was called, One.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
They
pretty.
live.
And we're the resistance.
Right.
And we're
They
getting hunted. And we're getting hunted, and we ain't even doing nothing wrong.
Did you guys see the speech that I believe a guy by the name of Robert Welsh did back in the 50s? Straight up, he already knew what it was because he was on the inside. He got the agenda from the inside. But in the 50s, he nailed everything that goes on now to the T. See if I can.
Yeah, bring up the link. Yeah.
Yeah, try to find that movie though, and you watch it. I know it's kind of older graphics or whatnot, but you just look at the plot and what's going on, and it's kind of like, wow, they throw that out to tell us what they're getting ready to do, because they know that they control Hollywood too.
They are Hollywood.
Well, you know what I mean.
Do you know what Hollywood is, by the way?
It's a mountainside.
No. Hollywood is a holly reed. It's the wood that a magician's staff is made from to enchant the masses.
Oh.
It's a pagan thing.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed is most of the New World Order, quote unquote Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, most of that stuff has a ton of pagan and Egyptian ideology and symbolism in it.
Same thing with the Christmas tree. What does the Christmas tree have to do with, like, the birth of Jesus Christ? Like, the Christmas tree don't have nothing to do with the birth of Jesus Christ, you know?
You really have to go back to the Egyptian part of it, because the pagan part of it, a lot of the pagan part of it was spiritualism with the earth. Just like the native culture was, spiritualism with the earth and being one with the environment. Whereas the Egyptian one was a sun god, right? And gold and Ra, yeah. More materialistic.
It's all propaganda. It's all marketing to keep the sheeple in line, and people love to buy stupid shit. That's why they line up for it.
Oh,
Why they go
yeah.
to church, by the way.
I think they use paganism as a shock value because it has more descriptive beliefs, right? Like they use more melancholy statues and dark stuff, right? So that it's kind of like the goth people, how they put goth people down because they dress dark. That's the way I equate it, anyways.
Yeah. So look here. See if there's no one listening. Surely we're not live, are we?
I think we got 20 people on board.
Oh, okay. So someone is watching. Okay.
Thanks for hanging out with us and keeping up.
Yeah.
And thanks to the 20 people watching, because nobody's really commenting, but at least 3 of them are NSA.
Oh yeah.
Just
okay.
busting balls, just busting balls.
Maybe
Hey,
one
man.
FBI. Maybe one FBI guy.
Maybe at least one of them.
Wouldn't surprise me none. Maybe they didn't know what's getting ready to happen to them either.
Well, and I hope the Secret Service and FBI people that visited me saw my latest video on the Stone 2014, because what are the odds that these useful idiots to these massive criminals are going to be on the 5 or 3% left after their little fruition comes true on that first line there. They're not a part of that.
Because if one country throws off a nuke, then another one's going to throw off a nuke, then another, it's going to be a chain reaction. So, I mean, they got to know this.
Well, the way I see it is they don't have multi-billion-dollar bunkers, which they largely got done stocking with non-perishable foods and other stuff in 2013 for nothing. Okay.
Exactly.
So they're gonna pull some straight-up crazy shit.
Yeah.
And that's not to scare nobody, because this is a living planet Earth, okay? I mean, it will get through it, but the point is, get prepared for this stuff so you have a chance to be there in the after the shit hits the fan.
Oh yeah, I mean, live to fight another day, but the government contracts that went out through FedBizOps.gov are there. You can look them up. There's plenty of people that have walked right up to the entrances of these bunkers.
Oh yeah.
Disclosed information on these bunkers and underground systems that can show you and tell you all about it. So,
Ozarks.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's no secret.
That's why we have global warming. Population growth.
So.
No, I was just throwing it out, not to freak people out, not to throwing it out there try to scare you. I mean, this is just reality.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, that's just it. I mean, as ridiculously horrible as it is, especially if they actually go through with it, the only thing that's going to have people pull through is a calm, collected head on their shoulders, and a pretty decent level of preparedness, I would say.
And basic instincts can help you.
Oh yeah.
Gut feelings, something's wrong, well, look into it. Figure it out. Find a solution for that moment.
A lot of people don't listen to those primal indicators though anymore.
It's like, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say some do, but they make the wrong, there's 2 choices in there. There's the fight or flight, right? And a lot of them make the wrong decision. They would rather flee rather than stand to. So.
We forgot about the other one, cower in a corner.
Yeah, that's what I mean, flee. Fight or flight, right? Yeah.
And to the chat room listening, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate everyone joining us live. I'm glad Neil's still with us. But I see 10 Round Patriot dropping this comment about Chad. It says, Chad, you do that every time you're on the dragon. You push your beliefs on everyone. I think he means on everyone. 10 Round. That's a difficult situation because I don't believe anything, so I don't have anything to push on everyone. The only thing I'll ever push on anyone is that you should think for yourself. And if you can't do that, then you are way beyond me needing to do it for you. But if you can't do that for yourself, that's the only thing I'll ever push, 10 Round, is that people should think for themselves. Period. I do not want you to believe me. I don't want you to believe anything. I want you to think for yourselves. I'm not asking you to think what I think or what Jason thinks or Mule or anybody else, anyone on the panel. I don't care about that. I want you to think for yourself. That's the only thing I'll ever promote. I will promote and say what I have seen and come in contact with, but I want you to think for yourself, because if you're just believing me, you're setting us up both for a trap. And I don't want to fall into it. So start thinking for yourself, and then you won't have to believe anything, will you, 10 Round?
In other words, we're just throwing this information out of what we know in our personal lives, what we found out. So we're just throwing it out there, and you go do your own research.
Yeah, I mean that's all we're doing around here is balancing ideas and information. I did put a link for you guys on that Robert Welsh video. He straight up called out everything that goes on now back in 1958. And he was straight up warning people, straight up. I mean, they were having these big conferences and a whole bunch of people clapping. So a lot of people knew back then why people didn't get together and take care of business back when it was a little bit easier to do so. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, and I always think back to that Charlie Chaplin speech during The Dictator. You know, I think of it that way. Like if we would cooperate, how much more we would get done as a species rather than.
People are not that smart, and I'm sorry to say that out loud, but that's the fucking truth. People are too stupid to do that. They really are. And look around, you'll see that for yourself. You won't need to believe me.
Well, I think the biggest problem is we allow people to get into high places that put a lot of other people in this false bubble. I mean, like you were saying with Hollywood, the enchanted magical staff that leads people around by the nose, you know. It's exactly what that shit is. It's the whole gaming industry to me is like that. Yeah, it's kind of a good escape from reality on a periodical basis, have some fun, play some games. All right, fine. But there's plenty of people that don't use it that way. They use it as a literal, constant, just highly overused, complete absence of reality. And these people just don't have a clue what's going on. I go to these gaming channels and stuff to try and wake people up because I know if I'm going there, there's mostly people that don't know what's going on, so why not just work with people that, you know, have nowhere but, you know, up the ladder to climb or into the rabbit hole to go and try and get them awake. And these people, it's hard enough just to get them to click on the link. I mean, at least other people on other channels will at least take the time to click on the link. They don't even know how to click on the link, apparently.
Yeah, or they're just too lazy to click on a link, and that's the laziness that, you know, a lot of today's society has got to.
I think they need a video game controller to click on the link or something.
Well, they're also to the point where unless CNN tells them that they should click on the link, they don't know why they should. I mean, after all, CNN didn't tell them to, so why would they?
Well, a lot of these people are even worse than that. I mean, they don't even comprehend the concept of trying to view a news outlet to be informed. They're like, informed? What is that? I'm just going to put a disc in this little console over here and actually operate completely outside of reality altogether. You know? I mean, the average kid these days is walking around with their head down, bumping into shit, you know, staring at their iPhone, and when they're not doing that, they're sitting there staring at their screen with a game controller in their hand. I mean, this generation is not going to be the fighting generation.
Look at people who they look up to as heroes, though. Like, I mean, right there is an example of the downward spiral. Like, where we look at guys like you were talking about Hollywood. Just because a guy looks beautiful doesn't mean he's intelligent in any way, or you should listen to any of his beliefs, right? But we look at people that are, you know, he's got the perfect smile, so he must make sense, right?
Right.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, and when oh shit, what's his face? Russell Brand was all the shit. That's how I felt, because this guy literally talks nonsense in circles.
Yep.
And people are just lining up to just hear this guy open his fucking mouth, and I'm like, you kidding me?
To a certain degree, but I do understand a lot of the political stances that he comes to from the drug addict point of it, like the people that have beat addiction and are moving on with their lives. Not only that, looking at it as a communal society that's supposed to be there to protect each other, and he does a lot of videos. He has a new channel. I've watched a couple of his videos.
Well, I'm not saying that he doesn't have good things to say, but I've seen occasions where he's out in public and people are literally just tugging at him to hear him speak, and when he speaks sometimes he literally has this this ego trip in a philosophical bubble that literally makes no sense. He's just out there. It's like he's on one giant acid trip or something. You know.
And I don't know. I've never really looked at his earlier stuff for the most part. Like I'm watching one of his new YouTube channels that he has out. And a lot of it just makes sense to me. Like I didn't follow him back when he was like the teen idol icon dude or whatever.
Yeah, in all honesty, I might need to check back in with him and see where he's at and see if he has good things to say, because I saw a couple things kind of like what I'm describing, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, I don't have any more to do with this.
Yeah, he's a total battle with Fox News now and Hannity and how much of a douche he is. And
yeah, I'll look back into him. I mean, I'm not about knocking people that don't deserve to be knocked, you know. So if he's come up with, you know, good material and ideology and all that, I'm all in. I mean, yeah.
change, like I mean, some for the better and some for the worse.
Right on.
See, yeah, Tenron. Tenron, why don't you jump in here? Instead of having this debate or this conversation in text, why don't you jump in here and say what you have to say? You got the link. What's stopping you? See, there you go again, Chad, pushing your belief on no belief. Yeah, that's right, Chris, because I don't have beliefs.
I clearly remember you stating the fact that I don't want you to believe what I believe in, and the fact that I want you to believe what you believe in. That to me is the ultimate statement of freedom. That, you know, I want you to think for yourself.
Not only that, but if anyone who's ever been listening to anything I've ever said, you'll know I don't have beliefs. So what would I push on you? What would I push on you, Chris? I have no beliefs. What beliefs would I push on you when I don't have any beliefs, Chris? Which ones? Tell me.
But
I'm waiting.
You know, always those people that are natural born followers too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Tenron knows what's up. He knows what's going on. He knows me. What's up? I mean, tell me. What if I don't have any beliefs, I don't believe in things at all, what beliefs could I push on you, Chris, when I don't have any beliefs? The only thing I'll ever push on you is that you have a brain, and you should think for yourself. And if you think that's horrible, well, then you got a fucking problem.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
Could I throw somebody a link, bring her in?
Yeah.
I mean, nobody would care?
No.
Okay.
Even if she has an opposing view, we're absolutely open to hearing other people's views. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, we got room.
Well, I mean, I know it's, you know, you guys are the norm, and it's respect.
Yeah, I was just being facetious as to what Chad was talking about with this other dude. You know, even if you have an opposing view, dude, like stand up for yourself. Come on in, and then, you know, stand up for what you're talking about. That's all.
And I can read. I can read in 3 different fucking languages. So come on in and speak in English and say what you gotta say, or I'm just gonna suggest this: shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't let him get to you much like that, because it's all good, man.
Yeah, and
we know where you stand. It's on the books.
I know, I'm a terrorist.
I get passionate too at times. Like, I have to admit it.
Believe me, I can read. I can read in more languages than you can speak, Chris. Come in and speak English.
I'm in here speaking English.
Good. Say it.
You push that you people shouldn't believe. That's your belief. You believe there's nothing.
Bullshit.
Chad,
I never said that. Point to me.
I don't hear anybody talk as much about not believing in what other people want to believe as you push on other people. I've never once heard someone come out here and say, hey, Chad, you should be a Christian. I've never once heard a person say that. But you push that shit 15 times harder to not believe in anything.
Give me an example.
You did 15 times today, bro. Saying,
because of what I said.
You believe in Santa Claus.
I don't believe.
I've seen, when I do my DMT, I see little fucking praying mantises. I've never done DMT. So how do I know that shit's real? That's what you believe.
Exactly. So you admit, Chris, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, do you?
No, that's what you believe.
Exactly.
You believe you've seen praying mantises, Chad. Prove that shit to me.
Bullshit, Chris.
Prove it to me,
you
bro.
don't understand. Bullshit.
Prove it to me.
Bullshit.
Prove me there's not a God out there.
Shut up
Prove
and I
me there's
will.
not a God out
Shut
there.
up and I will.
Guys.
Are you done?
Prove me there's not a God out there.
Are you done? Are you done, Chris?
Yeah, come on.
Are you done, Chris?
Hey guys.
Are you
just,
done?
No offense, but we are live.
I know.
Yeah, let's
Fine,
keep this
then let's be
civil.
live. Fine, then let's be live. Chris, I don't believe in praying mantises either. I've never done TMT, Chris. But I tell you what, I can give you DMT right now and you will fucking see praying mantises.
No, that's
now,
what
it's not
you
about
believe
what you
I will
believe,
see, Chad.
Chris.
That's what you believe. You
No,
can't
Chris.
prove that shit to
No,
me.
Chris.
Prove
No, Chris. No, Chris. No, it's not. No, Chris. No. No. Are you done?
You can yell all you want. You cannot prove it to me.
No. Bullshit. It's
Chad,
not
you
what I
can't prove
believe,
it to me.
Chris. Bullshit, Chris. It's not what I believe. It's what happens when you take DMT. And I can prove this to you because you don't believe it, and I can give you a DMT, and you will see it.
No,
See, Chris, that's the difference between Chris. Shut up.
No
Shut
proof.
up, Chris.
And
that
matter
is,
of
that
fact,
is
Chad,
the
no,
proof.
Chad,
Look up the responses of people that have done it online.
Chris, that is the proof.
Don't you ever
have
tell
to
me
believe
shut
it
up
to
again,
see
Chad. I will
it.
fucking boot
Chris,
so quick.
that is the proof.
Hi, Justin.
What's up, brother?
There's no
You don't have to believe it to see.
There's no proof. You have no proof.
There is proof. You just don't know. You're
No,
just
you have no proof. I will see
I
praying
do,
mantises.
actually. I do have proof,
No, you
Chris.
don't.
I do
Show it
have
to-
proof.
Show it
I
to me,
do have
man.
proof. I
Show
can
it to
show
me.
you. I
Show
can
it to me.
you the hundreds of people who have done DMT and have seen the exact same thing.
And you know
I can
what?
show you this.
And I'm pretty sure there's other drugs that'll all make you hallucinate the exact same shit.
Bullshit. No, there is not. No, there is not, Chris. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you're sounding ignorant on air.
That cool.
I don't care if I sound ignorant on air. It doesn't make a difference to me. Look up fucking salvia. Half those people see shit too.
Bullshit.
Look it up, Chad.
That's hallucinogenics, but they don't see the same stuff.
Most of them half the time fucking
No,
have
they
a trip out where they're seeing
they don't.
little people. Yes, they do. Look it up, Chad. Look it up. So you push your belief of no belief.
Chris, I have no belief. What can I push?
That's
What am I pushing, Chris?
What's the point? What can you
What
not?
am I pushing, Chris?
What can you not understand? You push this whole entire no belief.
I have no belief. What can I push, Chris?
God, can you not comprehend? That's what I just said. You
No,
push
look,
the whole
look,
no
the reason
belief.
I remember pushing is the fact
What is so hard to comprehend that you push that no whole belief? That is what you push. That is your fucking God, bro. That is your God, the God of no belief.
the God of thinking for
You're too
yourself.
blind to step back and realize, hey, maybe I do push this whole no belief. That's all I fucking push. Maybe you can't step back for 2 seconds and realize that. That's what you push. You push yourself onto others, putting other people down if they choose to fucking believe in Santa Claus. That is your belief.
If you believe in Santa Claus, you're a fucking idiot, Chris. Do you believe in Santa Claus, Chris? Do you believe in Santa Claus, Chris? Yes or no?
Why does it make a difference if
Do you believe in Santa Claus, Chris? Yes or no?
Let me ask you this.
Do you believe in Santa Claus, Chris? Yes or no?
How is me believing in
Do
Santa
you
Claus
believe in Santa Claus, Chris? Yes or no?
How is me believing in Santa Claus hurt
Do
you?
you believe in Santa Claus, Chris? Yes or no?
How is me believing in Santa Claus hurt you?
Say yes, Chris. Say you believe in Santa Claus, Chris. Say it.
You believe in
Say it
Santa
out loud. Say it.
Santa Claus. Tell
Say
everyone
it.
you believe in Santa Claus.
Then you're a fucking idiot.
Thank you, Chad. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm glad you've been able to recognize this.
Well, if I could interject for just a second, I will say this. I believe that it is good to have a belief system, but at the same time be open-minded to molding or shifting your belief system based on new incoming information that
Great.
holds.
Show me some new incoming information that Santa Claus is real and I'll fucking believe it. Until then, shut up.
I can show you pictures of him.
Show me. Show me, Chris. Show me pictures of Santa Claus.
Illustrations of him, not pictures.
Go Google Santa Claus. I guarantee you thousands of pictures will show up.
fucking try.
People
If you're all this stupid, then believe it. That I'm done. Fucking believe it. Believe in Santa Claus, believe whatever dumb shit you want, and wonder why the world gets worse.
Dad,
Keep
what I want to
wondering,
where does this deep hatreds come in from below?
the deep hatred of belief, Chris?
You have father problems. Is that what it is?
Oh, that's gotta be what it is, Mr. Psychologist. That's gotta be what it is.
Chad?
Tell me some more shit about me that you want to pretend to know.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Well, then ask and then wait for an answer. Don't pretend you know, because you don't fucking know.
Well, I've heard people
Why do I
talk
have a
about
hatred of belief, Chris? Chris, why do I have a hatred of belief? Because it's destroying the fabric of reality.
So
It's destroying
a set of morals is destroying the fabric of reality?
So you think you have to have religion in order to have
dead
morals?
about Santa Claus.
You don't have to have religion in order to have morals or a belief system. You can believe
Who said anything about religion? Stan? You're the one
About
who
Santa Claus, Chris. I'm talking
That
about
really-
Santa Claus, Chris. If you believe in things that do not exist, you're a fucking idiot, Chris. Period. Period.
So let me ask you this.
Godzilla, Santa Claus, you're a fucking idiot. Period.
Santa Claus is really just a big material product salesman.
Yep.
How about Godzilla? Do you want to believe in that? And if I don't believe in Godzilla, am I a bad person because I don't believe in fucking something stupid fictional? Really? Really?
See, but there you go, pushing your whole entire no belief.
Yeah, my belief, Chris, that Godzilla is a fucking fiction. God damn it! Wake the fuck up. Godzilla is a fucking fiction. I do not believe in fucking fictions, Chris. Wake up.
It's like speaking to a wall.
Yep.
Good. Good.
Hi, Chris.
I typed in pictures of Santa Claus and I got a lot of people that work at malls.
Frank Castle, Chad, if a tree falls in the woods, does it make it sound? No, it does not. Because if there's no one around to hear it, then sound is a perceptible vibration that goes into your ear. And if there's no receiver around, then no, it does not make a sound. Next question.
Hey guys, can you guys hear me okay?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Mule, I don't know if you're still watching, but I'm gonna overstep my bounds here. I'm gonna go ahead and take this chat off air. Guys, if you guys want to have a debate, do it off air. I mean, people didn't come to the Dragon to watch you guys hash out your personal problems.
But they should.
So why should people care about you two fighting?
Well, let's see if we could turn it around because we do still have 20 people in the
Well,
viewing.
like I said, Mule can take it up with me if he wants to. I'm going to take it off air. You guys can continue this. The chat's not going to go anywhere.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, we're live. That's
That's how it works. That's life. Life is live. Let them hear
All right,
it.
just chill for a second. So to you guys that are still out in the chat, stuck around, paying attention to all of it, we appreciate it, like always. I don't know if there's a Tuesday chat. There will be Wednesday DT chat usually, and the next for sure scheduled chat will probably be on Thursday. So for those of you who stuck around, thanks, and we'll see you guys next time.
Later, guys.
Well, hey, boss man. Anyways.